camera for now. Alright, welcome everybody. Had to start early today from what I decided to plan out. We're gonna save our new stuff for Monday and Tuesday. I decided to just go with it and keep with the trucking theme for this weekend. And we'll just do it for today. And since my day off is tomorrow for Sunday, because I always like to do Sunday, because that's when I go to church and stuff. So, I like to take that day to just chill. But welcome everyone. Hello. Looks like we're live. It says already someone has joined. My phone Alright, phone. I will manually unlock you since you're gonna be a film. There we go. Alright, let me bring chat up. $11:25 a.m. Oh, that's right. You're a little bit earlier. Well, we had to start early today because of things that were going on. Also, welcome, Placer. Welcome. Also, since things didn't work out and I had to switch it over the other way, I decided we need to have a little bit of time for me to do like side missions before we do the story mission. So I decided, okay, since we can't do the other game I wanted to do right now, I'll start early enough that we can do the side mission. Plus, we're going to be finishing a side mission I started last night that's going to pay me quite a lot. So it was a very big, long distance mission. I went from basically one end to the other of what we have unlocked. Had to go through several solar flare areas to get to where I was going, but it's worth the payout. We're not quite to the end, but this one's the reverse one. I had two of these, one all the way out there, and then now I've got one that's heading all the way back, which is worth the one I'm doing now. So you can see I'm a little bit wounded, but we're gonna deal with that. Once we get this payout, we should have enough to start getting things back online, because before the big boy missions, I did a bunch of small ones and replaced all my supply. So we're pretty set for the moment. As long as I don't screw up anymore and let one of my oxygen filters get exploded. That's what really cascaded us down, is having to buy filters is terrible. It's like, unless you do the mission just specifically to get filters. So, Iscariot, welcome, Iscariot. It's like, man, you making me want to try this, brother. Yes, it's a good game. It's a great game. It is complex, especially if you decide to do repair and delivery. Because you can choose in the settings how little you have to repair your truck versus just driving and making deliveries. But I did it in the middle. I did all rounder, so it's perfectly mixed of both. Makes it a lot more complicated, but it makes it more fun. But definitely. See, Ardnot, do you think they should add the Humvee with a tow missile, the War Thunder? Absolutely not. Because as much as I want to say yes, see, that's actually a double-edged sword. You know what's funny about that? I want that to be added, but I don't think it should be. The reason for this is the way War Thunder's mechanics work. And since they fixed rockets, That little demon is gonna be the rebirth in modern times of that little Italian little that I had to deal with in the World War II section of that game during that era. That little Italian menace that hated that thing. That'll be episode 2 of that book if you put that Humvee with that toe in. And that thing will just make people absolutely regret being a tank ever. Especially if they don't see him in time. Because he will be an easy kill just like the other one. Just like that little Italian truck that used to ruin everyone at the lower tiers. He will be a one-shot just like that. But that's not the issue. The issue is the speed and the fact that its weapon can also one-shot you. And it's like, well, yeah, the R3, that's what it was called. Thank you. I couldn't remember what it was called, Farseer. Thank you. It'd be the American iteration of the R3. It'd be R3 Episode 2, but the Eagle. Episode 2, the Eagle. Oh, man, it would be absolutely terrifying to have to deal with that. Yes. Because at least with APCs with that kind of thing, they're kind of big, so they kind of stand out just enough like a tank, where you can spot them in the distance using the right. My brain's not working. I haven't played War Thunder in forever. Like view mode and stuff like that. Star Trekker boldly going where no man has trucked before. Yes. Yes, we are going far today because we're going to do a few missions today, which is why we're starting so early. So we can do a couple side missions, make a little bit of overhead money that I want to make. We're going to finish the mission I'm on now, do another one from there to somewhere else, and then I think we go to repair, and then we head for the story mission. Which for today's episode, we're going to make it Moon Baby's story mission so we can get our shock pods. Open up even more of the map and just make this absolutely stupid. I also noticed hybrid loads make you the most money. I understand why you want more than one load type now. The reason why I'm making so much money on the load that we're carrying right now that I'm about to load up, we're about to load into, is I don't remember totally all the combinations. It's a heavy and something else. I don't remember the second part. But it's a heavy load, but it's also something else. And it's a dual trailer. Like both trailers are hybrids. And this, you'll see how much I make when we get there. I found a golden goose, but they seem to be rare. So I'm not sure how to, I don't know if it's location. I found this mission in it was one of the outer sun regions where the solar flares happen. And it was a long distance. Oh, that's right. They're both long distance hybrids with something else. One is a heavy duty long distance, and then the second trailer is long distance and something else. That's what it was. But I don't remember what it was. But it doesn't really matter because it's more about the hybrid part. Because the more stacking you get of basically having 4 different things, you kind of can get that to really, really make some insane money. But they don't always pop up. I don't know if there's a way to make that better or not. I don't know if level 2s increase that chance as you get all the level 2s of each thing. I don't know. It's definitely going to turn into our Wayland truck, because that means it's going to transport anything and everything. Let's see. These are the voyages of Captain Johnny and Johnny Luke Picard. That sounds so strange. I was trying to think if there was a way to Picard's like Johnny Picard. That'd be such a change. From being true British man to dating clearly an American woman. Oh man. By the way, latest patch also made UCCs last 200% longer. Do I have that patch? I hope I do. That's not what I wanted. Nah, we'll have to hope. I mean, it probably wouldn't be letting me play if it did. And it didn't trigger any downloads when I started it, so I assume I already have it. Let's show it here. Oh, that brings up internet. No, get out of here. Say no. I thought it was gonna be like maybe just like a little pop-up picture like Palia does. Okay. Let me bring face back. Yeah, one that dropped the other day. Okay. That might be why my UCCs, other than me being an idiot and crashing into things. I have noticed, by the way, your UCCs also take damage based on your service system. I now know why you want to go back to an actual garage where you make the upgrades, because not every garage, other type of place that your truck can go into will do servicing, as I'm noticing, because they're the two different bars that are on the truck's health. You have your hull damage, which I've learned affects air filters primarily, and power problems. Like, it causes more power problems. Whereas power problems. Whereas if your service part of your truck is getting damaged, this means like the internal core computer stuff, basically, and you don't fix that, your UCCs die faster too. Which we're in decent shape. It's been a long journey, this job, so we've hit some things, and I have noticed. I think going through solar flare areas slowly does destroy your truck, so you definitely want to upgrade your defense if you're going to primarily fly through solar flare regions. Don't know if the electrical one will do that, or if it'll just damage, UCCs and internal stuff and batteries and stuff. Or if it'll do hull damage like the fire does, because the fire does hull damage. It's very slow, but if you stay in there prolonged enough, as you can see, I actually haven't hit anything since I repaired off stream. So I've been just flying through the solar flares a lot, and she's starting to look ragged. So I'm like, okay. So now I'm I'm going to have to upgrade my armor at some point. So, well, that's good. They also fixed a bug where getting hit would count as multiple hits. Oh, well. Man, that means that hit that I did the other day would have killed me then. Thank goodness they fixed that. Wonder if that's what happened on the very, very first episode. When I hit that one thing and I almost did die. Because that was before the patch. They also reduced the damage small debris causes. Nice. Oh, here's a patch summary. But they don't show that. This is, and I assume it's this patch, right? It's the 1.0664. But they don't show it on that one. But that's good to know. It explains why the first episode was so rough. Although I've had to get used to certain things that are like throwing me off. And I have noticed, this is a warning to anyone when you have a trailer. Learn this the hard way too. Don't stop too hard. Because I was right at the end of the delivery, and I was slowing down off of cruise control, because I've learned to use cruise control now. Gradually just bring your cruise control down instead of doing what I did. Because I've learned a really, really nifty way to use cruise control for everything. Thanks to some person who joined yesterday and gave me a tip, along with Tam King. You've told me this before as well, because I always forget cruise control is a thing. But I've learned that it's almost better to let it control your speed, depending on your situation and what you're doing, for most parts, and just change it. Just keep flipping it up and down depending on what you need. even when parking or when you're trying to pull a trailer in, if you crank it down enough, you can just use it to pull you in a consistent pace. And this also helps with fishtailing with, as I've learned, double trailers and triple trailers. Because I've noticed when I'm trying to drive it myself, because I have to kind of keep tapping the gas, but when it gets below the speed that I want to keep it at, because I kept forgetting about cruise control. I noticed it would cause the trailer to kind of jerk, and the back tail end would just kind of sway around in space, almost smacking other trucks in the face. So I'm like, yeah, that's not good. And then a person gave me in chat a tip about use cruise control so it keeps it steady, so that way the trailers stay in a constant pace, so they don't sway while you're making turns. And just crank and I started learning to dial it up and down depending on if I'm like how bad the turn might be and things like that. So I'm getting a lot better now. Dad, at $200, that's not really a lot to be fair. $200 to all payouts and a big. I've noticed a big increase to XP. We leveled up fast. I definitely leveled up a few times off camera, as you're gonna notice when we get back in here. But I can definitely say that it's definitely got better XP and stuff. All right. Let me check one last thing before we get really, really into it. Also, they made it so that when you are docked, it no longer uses power in O2. Oh, I like that change. I did not know that. We'll have to check something then. Does that show on the computer monitor, Tim King? Have you tried that yourself, or you saw that in their update or the video or something? Because I could have sworn we were still losing energy cards the other day. Here's what scares me. I assume it's retroactive. Is I hope it's not one of those games where because I started the save before they changed all that this save that isn't doing that, and that we're actually having to work harder. So that means this save would be actually the one that's better in that case. But this one's too far back. I'd have to catch this one up a lot. Within patch notes, but you shouldn't see any power drain while docked. Alright, we'll check it during this playthrough. Because that'll tell me if it's one of those games where sadly maybe I should have started with this one when we started streaming instead, because this one was the save I created after the patch. This one's not. So, we'll see. This is supposed to be my pirate one, but good. I mean, good for the pirate one. If it does end up being like that, that means that one's got an advantage. But we'll see. I'll have to see what happens. Hopefully it's retroactive, I assume. But one way to test it out, we will be docking after we make this delivery to stock on batteries. We're only going to get like one or two because I think I'm pretty filled up right now on my supply. But we're mainly going to be getting gas and making repairs. And then we'll focus on if we need to do another job before we do story. So. But, alright, let me check something real quick. I gotta get a couple sips of drink. And then I'm gonna bring my camera back and we're gonna be ready. But yeah, back to also what you said, Farseer, before while I'm doing this. The Humvee tow would be a brilliant, fun thing to have, but at the same time, the most nightmarish thing to ever come to War Thunder in all of existence. It would make me play America immediately, though. I would abandon playing anything with my other German side, because I do like Leopards. And I do like stuff like that, just because I like that tank specifically. But, you know, as me being from America, and I do love the Abrams just as much, right beside it. But also Humvees. Yeah, that would make me instantly just return to US. At least I wouldn't have to worry about the problem with World War II right now, because I wouldn't be playing Germany. I'd be playing the person who actually got a buff for that area and is now unbelievably trolling. So I wouldn't have to worry about that. And by the way, if we ever do play War Thunder again, we're only playing America. We're not playing anyone else. It would drive me mad. Just because I wouldn't be able to, like, unless we're playing modern, then we would switch back and forth again. But as far as getting up there again for my American side, yeah, it'd be the Americans only. Didn't say you need to start a new save for the changes, so I see it. Okay, so I assume it is as well. Alright, let's bring face back. Let's do this time. We're about 21 minutes in. We are starting early, so wanted to give a little longer for everyone to have a chance to join up. Alright. Let's get in there. You're gonna notice something funny. Oh, that's just letting me know my suit is offline. Okay. You'll note something funny now, like you'll notice I have to run with only one mirror most of the time. It's because the areas been having to go through. I guess my problem here is... Alright, so... Boop. So let's get into the spaceway. Yeah, I see him behind me. That's what I was a little worried about. But if I go slow enough, they'll slow down if I get in front of them. Alright, beautiful. We gotta get to Medusa. But yeah, you'll notice my left one, because you can only have your front AV camera on the left screen, which I don't know if I like that. I would kind of like if it was on the right one as well. Just because here's what I would rather them sacrifice for. Hold on, I gotta slow down. Stay at 80 for a second. We're gaining on this truck a little too much, but okay, back to what I was saying. So I'm gonna do this so I don't run into him. So you see, well, it won't let me do it because the trailer's attached right now. But there, it'd be that one. So that would normally be my backup camera, the one that locks into docking and picks up trailers and stuff. It would be normally that one on the right. But I would kind of prefer that they just give this to that and just don't have that at all and have the backup camera just stay over here. And have something else right here. Maybe make this the under camera. The under camera, to me, would be better right here for me. I don't know. It's just personal preference for the under camera. They could do many other things for that. But I do think this is a bit inconvenient, forcing the docking camera over here when you're hitching handles here. If there was a way to customize that, that'd be cool too, like one way or the other. Yeah, that's just a tip for like future, like maybe updates or maybe something for if they ever get to do another game and stuff like that. Because it'd be a good quality of life change. go a little faster. So 35 is the... Now we let it drift and we stop. There we go, perfect. Alright, next to Atlas Prime.
Welcome to Medusa 6. This is an automated checkpoint inspection. Please be patient while security drones check for compliance. Thank you for your time. You are clear to proceed. Have a
Yeah,
safe
gas is gonna be a expensive one this time. Maybe I should go get gas now. Go ahead and take it out of our pocket now and basically... You know what? I think that's a great idea. I think we're gonna go get some gas. I'm pretty sure we can still fuel up what having a trailer. We need to have room to make a huge loop, so we're gonna go to these far ones over here. Still a little too slow for 45 right now. Come on, straighten it out, straighten it out, straighten it out. Perfect. Yeah, we should definitely do it now. Let's just fill up now with what the money we with the money we have, and then we can use our profits to kind of help pay for this ahead of time. Good, good. All right. Alright, now we can go to our proper left and right camera. Because we're not going through any more solar flare areas anymore. Perfect. As you can see, I'm starting to understand a little bit better. With some more upgrades, it'd be even easier to make those turns, but cruise control makes a big difference. Me not having to tap the gas constantly and focusing on the actual turn. I gotta find the highway. Oh, those some big boy rocks. Okay, hold on. Can't tell where that is. I'm gonna make a hard left here. Yep, there's where we're gonna go anyways. Oh, wait, we can avoid that. See that? Yeah, that would be my fault running into that. That though, I still don't like that the AI will like almost on purposely clip you like that. That still like always is my thing that I fear the most. Like I hear an engine other than mine right now. Just hoping no one's right above me. Triple tanker. I let it naturally start slowing down. Give it a little bit of break, just a little bit. You don't want to. You'll also zigzag and fishtail these double trailers if you hit the brake way too hard. So you kind of have to like let it do its thing there. Perfect. Perfect. Flawless. Oh, finally. I'm finally starting to get a little bit more hang of this thing. Alright, I assume, yep, Onyx. Although I kind of forgot where the entrance to Onyx is. It's right there, I think. Okay. Oh, it's the wind. Freaked me out. Oh, wait. Where does that go? No, that goes too far away. So we're not going that way, we're going down here. I've learned this is a safe way to do this. There's not really too much debris in the way. You can kind of get away with going this way. There's a lot of traffic getting on that highway. I gotta be careful. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Kind of why I'm slowing down. Just to get us into the road 60. Yeah, if you're trying to make tight turns, you need to you need to pull your truck complete. It's like I need to remember this isn't an actual truck. It flies like an actual like space shuttle in real life. So you need to use the force of your engines to almost slingshot yourself against your own momentum moving in one direction to get it to change to another direction. And now that I finally have gotten the hang of that better, uh, just gonna go 125 on this one. Now that I've gotten the hang of that better, it allows me to like really, really make some really good like edgy turns around corners, and I haven't even upgraded how powerful these boosters give momentum yet. Only once. But that is probably going to be my primary upgrade for this game, is that. It's just because that'll allow me to make ridiculously crazy maneuvers. Sir, you were almost in my lane too. Don't honk your horn at me. We were both doing the same thing. Ooh. Traffic is still a problem though. You gotta be careful with that. That's why I hit the brake to turn off my cruise control when traffic is being a pain. So let's go that speed since everyone's going kind of slow for the moment. And now we're gonna go up here. Let's go back up to 80 to try to get up there quick. Gotta watch out for debris though. Oh frick! Finally! Oh no! Oh no! Stop! 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 This, of course, every time I stream, something new happens. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I forgot what side it was. No, 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 it's this side. What's this side? Maybe they're both doing it now? I see two. That's, yep. Oh, crap. Okay. Both my engines are on fire. Fantastic. Whew. To the other side. That's the first time they've ever done that to me. I actually will have to upgrade their cooling now for long journeys. So I see what causes them to overheat other than solar flares now. If you run them on cruise control at faster speeds for long periods of time, they eventually do this. Interesting. Well, that sucked. Now I have to turn the suit charger on. Okay, so hold on. They're not exactly cool. I forget what it said. Hold on. Let me read what it said to cool them down faster. There's overwork thrusters. Will overheat when running at full throttle for too long. If this occurs, the power output will be reduced until they cool to normal operating temperatures. For quicker recovery, manual venting can be performed via external thrusters. What if I turn them off? Will they cool down faster? Doesn't say that. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be doing anything. I mean, it's getting cooler, but they're still really hot. Shit. We'll just have to deal with it. I'm gonna have to upgrade that. That means we need to go on a lower setting. I have to keep an eye on this. I wonder what's considered full throttle. I wonder if it's like if I keep a steady 20, will they be cool down or heat up? Looks like they're not heating up. Oh, well, I say that. That one's back in the middle. I think it is heating them up. It'll have to do until we get done with this job. We'll just have to stop and vent every now and then. That's all I'm gonna have to deal with. Shoot, that's bad. So I now know what type of missions push the engines the most. It's the long distance ones, which makes sense. Like I said, this game's attention to detail is really good. They did a fantastic job with that. Ooh, easy there. Let the momentum carry me over there. Actually, I don't know if it's gonna get there in time. There we go. Now we stop it. So I wonder if I could leave the venting on for a little bit and cool them. We'll test that out as well when we get done doing the job. Which drop offs over there, okay. Alright, let's get on the highway for part of it, then we'll dip above or under the spaceway and go probably above and go drop off. Yeah, it's definitely gonna overheat again if we don't hurry up and get there. You know what? Hold on. Disengage. I'm gonna have to drive it manually. Because if I drive it manually, I can just let it drift. I can like drive it up to a speed and let it go. It's like up above 80 for a second and just let it drift. This is like having an overheating radiator. This is hilarious. Wow. Like I said, I love this game's attention to detail. I hope this developer gets to do a lot more. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and bring us up. So we can exit the highway. Let it drift again. Okay, it's right there. Slow us down. I just hope we're on time. It is a lot harder to mitigate time and to know if you're going fast enough in long distances as well. So a speed upgrade would probably be pretty good, or an acceleration upgrade when you have to slow down, you can speed back up just as fast. So there's less downtime. And look how much money we made, Chad. See how much that was worth? See why I did that mission? It was a painful journey, but that's an amount that is hard to ignore. And we got it early. We actually, I must have made good time. This is why I like running with that cruise control because you can keep the pace without having to do it. But now knowing that's the way I prefer to do it, my other primary upgrade besides fuel for the engine first needs to be cooling, at least enough to mitigate where just enough where cruise control doesn't heat it up that much. But that does mean maybe I should actually like during stops and parking zones and stuff should get out and like vent my thrusters while we're sitting still and while we're not doing a delivery, just to get them back to cool temperatures or normal temperatures. Yeah, that's probably gonna load me up at least twice. Yeah, nice. Express ahead. Nice. New paint job. I've unlocked so many paint jobs now. Don't know if we've even gotten Q stars yet. We need. If it weren't for I was trying to get so much money, I'd be focusing on Q star jobs. There's a shop over there. Why does that shop seem like it's in the middle of nowhere? Let's get back on the highway. Well, how's our engines looking? Yeah, I'm gonna have to drive it myself for a little bit. You know what? We're just gonna shortcut this because I can watch out for debris. And we don't have a trailer to protect now, so we want to kind of do this quick. Go see what this shop has, and then we need to move on to back to Atlas so we can go to the garage and make services and repairs. And now we just let it coast. I assume it's going to be down here. Oh, nope, it's up here. It's hard to tell with these docking stations sometimes. I might check the job board, see if there is a job back to Atlas Prime from here. Because that would be, even if it wouldn't pay a lot, that'd be even more to pay into what we need. Cannot talk today. Oh, I feel like I need to reset chat. Something seems off. Hold on, let me reset chat. Well, we're parked. Also, I want to see if this drains energy or not. We'll look at that in a minute. Oops. No, it does not. Wow, that's amazing. We gotta make a bunch of battery changes. The long distance trips do kind of weigh into it, but we can actually buy some extras and not dip into our supply and still be okay. So, alright, we can take some time to figure this out. This means I can actually turn all my lights on technically. I only need two. Alright. Alright, let's see. Let me bring chat back up before we do anything. No, okay, good. Chat's okay, it looks like. Alright. Let me check the suit. Is the suit at 100 again? Go ahead and turn that off because I don't need it. I don't want to waste the battery in it anyways. I wonder if that's a strat too. If you want to like charge certain things or since it doesn't take energy, does that mean the suit charges infinitely when you're in a base? I mean, it's not like I could easily go back to, yeah, look at how filled this is, chat. That's my supply. So we don't want to touch that if we can. We want to try to get some extra stuff. I think I will maybe take out, depending on how expensive it's going to get, out of the supply for the core ones. Depends. Does this thing have any plus pluses? No, I haven't seen a plus plus in forever. I'd have to go to the what's it called if I want to try to get one of those. We have 8,000. Okay. So that's 2,000. Hold on before I do that. What do I want to replace primarily right now? Let's buy the 2 cheap batteries for the maglev. The grav I can just take out of the supply, and I think what I want to buy is 1 plus battery. Because we'll make enough money. I'm trying to think how to make this efficient. We definitely know we want the cheapies. Because the cheapies will fix the maglev right now without having to dip into anything else. And that's only 820. Um Adding 1 extra puts it to 1,800. That's pretty good still. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna have to do this way. It's gonna have to be a little tricksy with how I do this. Because I don't want to damage them by accident. So we can't replace maglev right at this moment. Let's do oxygen first. Let's turn that off. Go turn it back on. Because we don't use energy while we're here. And then take these. I don't care if they slightly get wounded, so we're just gonna take these over to the maglev, prepare them for replacement. Okay. What else do I want to do here? Grav. It'll leave me with 1,000 if I get another one, but I think I'm gonna take all that out of here just to conserve because I want to make some upgrades to the truck. So yeah, let's bring you out because we're gonna make all the repairs at once. We're gonna have to detach from the station. So let's do that first. Oh, hold on. Important call coming in. Hold on 1 second. There we go. I'm back, chat. Okay. Let's detach. Oh, wait. The airlock's open. Hold on. You know what I think what would really teach me to, close this airlock, the same reasoning why I learned the hard way with, something else, is they should make it where if you forget to close the airlock and you deattach, it explodes your truck. Or it does severe damage. Because that seems fair. Because you left the airlock the space open and it didn't seal properly when when you attached. And you just left like some vacuum that goes but maybe that's just me. Oh yeah, let me bring you down here. You were sadly a plus plus, so my oxygen will run out faster, but not much I can do about that. Where's the dead one? Let's take these down here so we can sell them. It'll make some of that money back. Okay, let's go ahead and switch core power while we're... Actually, no, we can do that while we're in the dock because it won't deattach us. And we can use less energy. We kind of floated down for some reason. Wait, what just happened? Hold on. Something just happened. Oh, UCC fault. Hold on, gravity. Uh-oh. Of course that happened when gravity went down. I should have checked it. Alright, well, it's getting its new one finally. I've been waiting on this moment for a reason. So I get a better one in there that takes twice as long to die on me. Hey, look, the batteries went up a shelf. Oh, you're completely destroyed. You ain't gonna be worth no money. Uh oh. There we go. Had to kick it. Kick it. There we go. Alright. How's your battery? Not great either, but we're gonna change yours too. Yours I'm gonna buy. The others I'm just gonna replace out of the supply. Now it's only a matter of time for the other UCCs to do that, but I'm kind of waiting on that to happen, to be fair. Barely got that aligned from that weird angle it put us at. Okay, so that gets us about 1,000 back. That's not bad. That would pay for the extra battery for the grav, and I have to take it out of the supply. So I'd have another one. For emergency, I think we're gonna do that. We're gonna do just that. Nice. We didn't basically have to pay for that battery. You need to go in here for a second because gravity's gonna go out again. Okay, whoa. Okay. So Here we go again. Let's put you over here, just near the shelf already. You'll just float down. There we go. Hey, perfect. The battery landed straight up. Nice. And that's another 225 back. So we technically made a profit buying that battery. So we didn't lose anything hardly. Now I need to fix main power. And that will be ready to move again. Alright, so core systems all floored. And these will be batteries we can sell as well. We're actually now making somewhat of a profit off of changing batteries if we do it right. Yes, you guys. Turn core power back on. And we still got some regular power cells for emergency and one plus. Sell those. Another 820. Yeah, we back to 75. Yes. Now it's coming together. We finally have it. I love it when a plan comes together. All right, let's do this. So now we need to head back to Atlas Prime. So we'll see if there's a job here for Atlas Prime. Wait, what happened? Filter. Oh, okay. So the next payout needs to go towards just complete filters. Well, it'll be fine for now. I'd rather not worry about that, and it's not really necessity because we've already as long as you cycle out two at a time, like the top two be near 100 while the other two are about 70, 60, they'll kind of keep swapping out, and you spend less money that way. So it's completely fine that that's happening like that right now. We will replace it. We're gonna see if there's a job to Atlas Prime from here. Oh shit, I hit the thing. Damn it. Well, that added a little bit of damage. Not much though. Oopsies. Okay, I'm a little too close. I did that a little too much like a glove. Wow, yep. So close I can just mag lock by looking at it. Whoopsies. Big like, welcome, welcome, wizard. Welcome, welcome. You're not a true trucker until you have used your hidden cargo hold to smuggle narcotics into a high security prison. Wow, damn game. Wow. These all go to Medusa 6. Nothing to Atlas? Wow, a triple. Wow, money. Oh my goodness. Ooh, that's hard not to want to do that right now. That's 4 jumps away though. Oh my god. Hold on, where is this on the map? I forgot where it said already. 4 jumps. So it was either, is it Junk Fields that was going to? What was that going to? Hold on, let's go look. was I going to? So I'm at Onyx. Oh, oh, that's why that's terrible. I have to go to junk fields, get it, and bring it back. Ah. I mean, don't I have to fly through Atlas Prime anyways? We started early. This is, mm-mm-mm. I think we need to do this because this is a multi-classification. It's a triple trailer. It's a long distance, so that's why it's paying dang near 6,000. Let me look at my map one more time. Yeah, we have to go through Atlas Prime to get the junk fields anyways, because we got to go Atlas Prime, either Purity and Emerald to junk, which probably is where I'm gonna go. Then back the same way. I could go Medusa 6. I'll have to see when we get to Atlas, which, from when we come in, which way is faster, like which exit to the direction going towards junk fields is. And we'll judge it based on that, because we gotta go to the shop on the way through. I think we do it. I think we do it. I say we do it. This is gonna be an insane amount of money. We're doing it. And it's going to be worth the amount of money I just spent on top of everything else I'm going to spend. It'll be perfect. All right. Unhitch. Let's do this. Where's the exit? It's this way or somewhere back there. All right. Whoa. A little fast there, so. Hey, and that gave my engines time to cool down. That's beautiful. We don't want to. I don't think I'm going to, for right now, cruise control while I have no trailer, just to conserve on engine till we can upgrade. Once we get to the shop, I am going to spend a little bit on cooling so we can burn our cruise control way more often. Whoa, we need to go this way. I like the caution signs. Maybe debris in the spaceway. Whoa, there's a speed limit sign down. Who did that? I did not. That was not me. Not this time. What the heck? Yeah, that definitely wasn't me this time. All right, so it's saying Medusa 6. Purity is that way. We're not going Medusa 6. Let me do this on my map. We're going this way, this way, this way. Because the shop's right there. Purity's right there. So Medusa 6 would be out of the way. That's what I wanted to say. So let's go. Perfect. Hard that way, hard that way, hard that way. Oh god. I was going way too fast going into that corner. But, like I said, I've learned my maneuvers now, so I know how to course correct a lot easier. Now we're just gonna drift. Engines are slightly above cool. Yeah. Alright. That is why I saved my money. Okay. So, which one is it? No, it's not that one. It's in propulsion, I assume. Yep. Hmm. Okay, I'm thinking we should upgrade both of these again. Because both of these are going to give us max amount of money back. Because being able to burn my thrusters at full throttle for longer means I can run majority of the job, the more this upgrades, on cruise control and never have to let off the throttle, making money be faster because we're getting there more consistently. And the more fuel efficient we are, the better we'll be completely when it comes to spending money on fuel in general. I do want this eventually. Hell, I'm thinking maybe all three and then spend the rest on gas when we go to the next areas. Hmm. Should be 3,000. I'd be left with 2,000. But we're about to make another 5,000 something, almost 6,000 back, bringing us back to 7 to 8,000 again. So, think how many air rigs and batteries you can buy. That's true. I think I'm gonna do this. I think we're gonna spend the 3,000 on all three of these just to make the truck super efficient. Top speed isn't really gonna help me right now, to be fair. So, because we're not really doing above 125 to 130 on cruise control right now because we can't maintain it. It will heat up the engine even faster the faster you go. So, yeah, I'm thinking this. Yeah, this one first. This would, and then you for control purposes. So the acceleration and braking is a lot more efficient. That should overall get me a lot more bang for my buck. Alrighty then. Now, if we were doing the pirate truck, I'd be more worried about this one because speed would be more important. These two would be the most important because being able to go stupid fast Would not do so you don't get that means less time to get noticed, less times to deal with certain things, as long as you don't get run into an inspection and get caught there. You less times you can get caught with your special goods. I think we're good otherwise. All right, cool. Thing is, I don't know where gas is on this one. I don't know if it's even on the way. It looks like there might be a gas thing up there. Maybe not. Gas is way around the other side. Eh, we'll just have to, we'll have to get it in hopefully one of the next areas. Let me check, make sure there is going to be gas in one of these areas. Okay, we'll have to get gas at Emerald Junction, is what we'll do. Yeah, look how powerful that acceleration is now. I can like easily straighten her out now. I like that. That's my favorite upgrade in this game because it gives you more maneuverability, which is kind of the biggest thing in space, to be fair, versus like on the ground where speed would be a little bit more important, whereas in space, speed is not a problem. The more you, because technically speed is cascading in space because there is no drag in space. Like these the lines that you're seeing, it's like for instance, you see how we're slowing down because I'm not hitting the gas? That's not realistic. But that's not what this game's meant to be in that kind of fashion. So it makes sense. But in space, let's say I was going 120. I'm going to be permanently going 120 until I hit something. or find a way to stop. So that's the difference there. There is no drag like it's kind of pretending here in this game that it has. So this is why speed would be unequivocally unimportant in space. It'd be about maneuverability and control because being able to use your thrusters to change your direction a lot easier, slow you down when you need to slow down because that's a lot more important than speeding up, and stuff like that. So. But that's not what this game's not meant to be hyper realistic either, though. So, but that's just like if this were real. I just wanted to make that comparison, though, that it would be hilarious if this was real space because these trucks would be slamming into everything with the way they're doing this. All right, gas, 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 gas. Gotta find the gas station. I think it's at somewhere near Jefferson, if I remember correctly. Trying to stay low on these guys so I don't run into them. Oh no, wait, we're not at Emerald Junction yet. This place don't have it. I forget. We gotta go one more jump before we can fuel up for the long journey ahead. I'm just gonna go under them. Gonna skim the edge here. Because it looks like the entryway to Emerald is this way anyways. I don't see no specific roads, so. I keep saying roads, but I don't know what to call them in space. Spodes. That sounds terrible. We're not doing that. The spode. Gotta find the spode, sir. What spode you on? Want spode 30? Sounds so dumb. Whoa, getting a little overzealous there. Yeah, it's staying a lot cooler right now. There is something we're gonna do strategy-wise. I'm gonna cut in front of this one right here. There is something we're gonna do strategy-wise. When we go to the load, once we attach to the load and pick it up, I'm actually going to vent my engines. I'm going to go outside with the suit real quick while we're sitting still and locked in place. And I'm going to go vent the engines forcibly. So that way they're at full cool down state so we can use the cruise control for most of the way. Hopefully it's 100% of the way, but we might need another upgrade for that. Okay, now gas, I'm not sure where you are. Oh, that's right. Gas is all around Goodman Tower. Goodman Tower is like the best place to come. Emerald Junction is my favorite place because you just go to one place for the job. Even though I do wish the jobs were over there too. You go to the Tiger Rock station here for jobs, even though they don't offer great jobs here half the time. And you go to Goodman Tower to get everything. Supplies, not jobs, gasoline and stuff like that. Well, I guess I should say rocket fuel. I doubt it's gasoline. It's probably rocket fuel. Oh, shit, 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 shit. That looked a little bit too big. I'm glad I avoided that. I saw it the last second. We're heading that way, so we'll stop at this pump right here. Because I'm learning more strategies with different things on how to be efficient now, the more I'm playing this game. I'm a true Star Trucker now. Now this just needs to be a real job, and I'll take it. Because, I mean, this uses technically what? Let's see. Other than I'd have to use the this seat would have to be changed. Like, technically, if this was customized right, I could probably drive one of these easier than a real car. Sadly. Would just need the training on knowing how much thrust I need for certain things in real life. Because in real life, it'd be a lot more to it, like I said. All right, let's fuel up for the journey ahead. Boom, beautiful. Yeah, we're making good cash with these jobs. To the junk fields. Whoa! Stop! Stop! I'm not passing that up. Turn around. That's a lot of stuff. We want to be beneath it. It's a little easier. I don't care if we're a little late. This is well worth it because this will give us stuff we can just sell for free. All right, beautiful. Gotta be quick about this though. Oh wait, hold on. What is that red light? Is that an air filter warning again? Yeah, that's what we'll probably use this money on. To be fair, with maybe some extra batteries. Okay. What we got? What we got? What we got? Is that fuel? Ooh, that's a bit heavy. I think I have enough to bring it on board, though. Ooh, a bat. Is that a? Ooh, we'll get that last. Is that a UCC? Is it fully functional? Whoa, this drop is great. This saved us even more. It's not full functional, but close enough. Should have brought a container. Void Walker, I just got a trophy. Oh my goodness, being late is going to be real worth it now. If I wasn't afraid it was going to float away. I got in. I was gonna drop it, but oh well, that's fine. Could just, no, it'll get sucked out the airlock. Oh, it'll damage it. I gotta take it downstairs. We need to put a container up here. Quick, 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 quick. Go ahead and put this in here. We're gonna put both the containers up there. Suit charger's gonna get his money today. I'm gonna have to turn it back on. Okay, open them up. Just in case. Also, I should bring the extra storage container down here too for miscellaneous stuff. Problem is, it's got my gas cap in it. I'll have to take it out. Yep, that's gonna have to come out. This doesn't have health, so this doesn't need to be in a container. This can just be on this shelf for the hell of it. Just in case I ever need another one. Okay. We used a lot of oxygen. We should have probably put my suit back doing that, but we have enough oxygen where the battery can do its job and kind of get it recharged. We just need to be quick about this. Let's get the miscellaneous stuff. Yeah, like this thing. These things are worth a decent amount. I think, oh, but these are explosives, so we'll have to check for an inspection before we go in. I think these are illegal. I'm not sure. I can't remember if fireworks are considered contraband or if they're just explosives. Let's put my suit back for just a second. I'm gonna go turn on the charger. Actually, I can bring that, I'll have to bring that down here. That's taking up the whole container. It's just gonna have to go here. Oh, can't go up that way. Give it a little bit of oxygen. Okay, let's grab the soda can. These are not really worth it, but I might as well grab everything. Plus, this is good practice for my other save when I do it, because this is going to be something the other save is going to be more known for doing. Especially if we find stuff that's special out floating out in space. Let's grab the battery, it's the furthest away. I know it's getting low, don't worry, we're close enough for it to be fine. Plus, battery secure. See that for just a second. Let it sit there for just a second. Want to get it back. I want to see if I can get, how long does it take? So this is why I need to upgrade that section even more. It'll be my next upgrade to focus on now that we've upgraded the other stuff. Because then the faster this gives oxygen and energy, the better. We're going to let it get back to 50%, just to be safe. Okay. Okay, that's everything. I'm just going to put, oh, wait, hold on. Go ahead and start charging the suit. get you back where you used to be. Plus battery is gonna go in the corner. Alright, we got 4 good UCCs now. That was definitely worth it. Suit chargers on, let's go. Alright. Oh, important call coming in. Hold on 1 second. I'm getting back, chat. Alright. Here for our pickup. There it is. Not even that far away either. Gotta be careful out here though. This area is the most dangerous to the truck at all. At all times. It's also kind of hard to see right now. So I'm going to use my camera to actually do this somewhat. The sun's kind of blinding the windshield. It's a good thing. That's also a good use of the forward AV camera, as you can kind of see. It blocks out all the light reflection and stuff, so you can kind of see what you're doing. And because this is a Q-Star one, this is our Wayland company that we're trying to filter. Yeah, it's fine. This is the Wayland company faction that we're trying to earn the paint job for. Oops, wrong way. Left is that way. Hold on, we need to back this way some more. We're not exactly lined up. Alright, now we should be. Or at least close enough to get the hatch to lock. Beautiful. Alright, back to, let me check power situation. Suit is, yeah, it drained the hell out of the suit because of how much I had to charge it, but that's worth it. Alright. Now we head back. Oh, wait. I wanted to cool my engines. I wanted to see if we can cool them any further. Let's try that real quick, because I'm quite curious to see how that works. So stop. I just need that one on. Back to 100, good. Okay. I want to see if we can forcibly get them to be cooler so we can cruise control our way through the next ones. Now, I'm not going to do that through here because there's too much garbage everywhere. But it's right there. I'm going to just count one, so count in my head. 50. I'm doing like 15 seconds for both sides just to see if this puts it into the full cold range. But you don't want it to be too freezing because then you have to turn your choke on. But I want to see if how low it truly can go. This is an experiment while we've got extra money, and we're carrying a load that's going to pay us quite a lot. So. Alright. Yeah, see, our trailer did drift a little bit. That's the only problem when you stop. That's fine. Yeah, so that's as cool as they get. Okay, good to know. So we didn't have to do that necessarily. It was already cold enough because the way I've been driving. Good to know. We will turn on like a low speed cruise control for a second just to get us out of here. Alright, let's turn it off now. And I'm gonna drive us there. Oh yeah, we gotta go through the debris pretty hard, so I really don't want to cruise control too hard. So we're just gonna get to a speed and let it drift as I navigate. Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Can't, it's so hard to see underneath me. Hold on. I'm not getting blinded anymore. Where's my my bottom camera? Wait. So bottom camera is not on this one. It's on this one. Okay. This one can be my side camera so I can see the trailer again. As I play more and more different types of loads, I learn new strats on how to do different things. I will say though, if you're dealing with solar flares, I probably should just have both of these on, like forward. Landing ump's gonna be a little harder. I don't want to hit that sign. The trailer's a little snaky right now. Triple trailers are very hard to keep straight, it turns out, but that makes sense. Alright, don't need that anymore. Alright. Now we use cruise control for the rest of the way. And see how much our engines can take it with the upgrade. See if they overheat before we're gonna push it, so we're gonna try to do the cruise control the entire way. and see if the engine's overheat on me, or if it's going to need another upgrade to do that. Ooh, I was close. That's why I pulled up, because I knew I saw something. The entrance to Purity's Gate is like right there. I see that guy lining up for it right there. It is pushing them. I'm going to turn it off for a bit and let us drift. It already is kind of almost to the middle of the normal temperature. We don't want to push it that hard quite yet, so I'm just going to kind of let us drift forward a little bit. I'll get us like a good speed, and then I'm going to let it coast. I'll get us to like 100. Right there. Then let it coast so we don't hit any debris. Yeah, because clearly there's stuff passing under me. Is what's happening. More salvage, but we don't have time to stop for more salvage. Ah, don't you do it. Okay. That's also why. Alright, back to cruise control. We're gonna dial it down to 45. So we can pull into this, behind this dude. Oh, I really hope those explosives aren't contraband.
Automated checkpoint inspection. Please be patient while
About to find out.
Check for compliance.
Yep.
Restricted cargo detected. Contraband will be surrendered immediately and a fine issued.
Uh-huh. Okay. Good to know. How much? Ooh, that's quite heavy. That's sad. Okay, good to know. So we know that fireworks is contraband now. This is why I need that secret cargo compartment for stuff like that. So we won't pick those up from now on. We're making enough money, it doesn't matter. But these are experiments now that I'm in a safe zone with gameplay, that we can kind of take these risks and figure these things out. So, but good to know. I kind of figured they might have been, but I wasn't sure. I wonder if there's a strategy if you're fast enough to get up out of your seat and eject it out of the airlock before they find you and then get it back. I wonder if I could ever be fast enough to do that. That stupidity. That'd be pretty funny, to be fair. I have to try that one time, see if we're fast enough. Just for like the shits and giggles of like trying out a different strategy. Let's pass over this parking zone so we don't hit the bottom of it. And now we can buff up to 80. Normal speed limit. That's usually for these areas. Till we get over here to the gate entrance. Ooh. Slow it down. Since we got the truck in front of us. $35 is like the golden number to get right there. 30, 25, 20. And then we wait for it to pop. Boom, and then slam on the brakes to stop. Alright, gotta get the Onyx. Left is the fastest way. Our engine's doing pretty good. We're actually doing really good engine-wise right now. Alright, up to 80. On our way there, on our way back. Well, there's the entrance to the highway. I kind of got confused there a little bit. Thought it was down there, but I realized it's right here. Getting a little warm. Now let's spice it up to 110. We're running past a lot of salvage now. We're averagely starting to find more salvage for some reason. We're perfectly in line right now. Right. Alright, back down to 80 so we don't run into anybody. Oops. I'll say 90. Slower, but not too slow. So we can get up to the Onyx exit quickly. We're actually going pretty fast, so we need to actually just let it coast in on this one, because we were going actually pretty good pace there. Whoa, trailer kind of fishtailed on me a little bit, because I had to stop a little quick there. But drop off point is over there. Same spot basically as last time, essentially, it feels like. Engines basically made it all the way there. Essentially. Oops, wrong button. I'm not gonna go full speed because this stop is right ahead. I actually think we need to stop right now. Because we need to leave the spaceway after the sun. We need to go up and over. Just maintain speed there. I need my bottom camera again, so I can see I'm not hitting anything. Alright, I see it. Gradually slow us down. Come on, AI, don't get in my way. Down to 20. So I can see my clearance on the bottom of me. Sadly can't see clearance to the right very well right now, but I'm just gonna guess. A little faster. Just let it drift. Come on, pull a little bit more. Alright, still great. It's not perfectly in there, but yeah, it was a little late. Figured Wiggly Wagoneer. Complete 5 multi-trailer jobs. The Wiggly Wagoneer. That's hilarious. Yeah, we made plenty off of that. Not as much as I could have because I got busted. But, Alright, back to Atlas. once more. Now I'll drive it myself. Conserve on engine. Yeah, because we're in the yellow now. We'll vent before we take a new job. It did go the whole way though. It used cruise control the whole entire way. We should have went faster, but I stopped for salvage and stuff too. So to be fair, that's also what kind of held it back a little bit. This time it won't get busted.
Welcome to Atlas Prime.
I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure they took it, right? I hope so, because I don't want to get charged again.
Please be patient while security drones check for compliance.
Okay.
Inspection has concluded. Result is green. Please enjoy the rest
I
of your
figured they
journey.
took it. I was like, why would they let me keep it? So to get to Diego's, the fastest is that way. Fuel is that way. I guess we should run in one big circle and come back for a job. That's what I should do. So let's go this way because I want to make another upgrade to the truck. We're going to upgrade cooling even more. Because we've got batteries and stuff. Let me check power actually for that journey. That was a pretty hefty journey. We need filters is what we need the most. Yeah, power's actually okay. Plus we've got an extra plus battery for anything important that we might be able to swat it into. Whoa, sir. I thought that was someone. That's why I was watching my camera. I thought one of the AI was coming up on me like that. Oh, hold on. I gotta pause it because I'm gonna crash. Shit. I'll crash if I answer that. Hold on 1 second, chat. I'm back, chat. We are back. There's a magenta truck in the other lock or dock. All right. It's like a purplish magenta. That's our future other self. Quick service. Okay. I want to upgrade the suit charger again. And then I want to upgrade cooling again. No, this fuel efficiency is okay now, but like I'm thinking we kind of dip in pretty hard now, so yeah, that because we've got extra batteries, we don't need to buy a lot. We only need to buy one filter to really solve the issue that's going on and to buy our time for another job. So we want this truck upgraded because the more we upgrade it, the less we're gonna have to deal with this. Any of it, like any of the issues. So now we're gonna go around because we want to go to Diego's and check the paint. Paint's up unlocked, and we get fuel. Then we get another job. Maybe buy a battery or two, depending on what we need. I think we're good though, to be fair. Wait, where's the highway at? What? Wait, did I miss the highway? Hold on, what? Where's the highway at? Is it above me? I must have not went up high enough. Hold on, let's circle this way so I don't hit anybody. Weird. I went. For some reason I thought it was that way. My brain. Don't know what happened there. Oh, wrong button. We gotta go around Diego's and we gotta go over there for fuel, which luckily the station that has the fuel also we should be able to get a job from. And then after that, we're gonna go try to worry about Moon Baby's mission soon. Don't know if we'll do another long distance job this time. I think we'll do a smaller filler job and then go for Moon Baby. I gotta see where she is at. Maybe I can get something heading over there where she is. Pass this dude if we can. Stay in the middle so we don't hit either of them. Like how they're honking at me. Do we have the one I want yet? Where's the trading? Is one of this for Q Star? It's gonna be way down here. We don't. Yeah, we need one more job for Q Star to get our Wayland truck skin. So we need to see if we can get lucky to get two birds with one stone. Some sort of Q Star job and something that takes us over to where Moon Baby is. Okay. Because the only other Wayland-like colors is the one we unlocked just a minute ago. This one? Or no? That one, but that's too much purple in that. So we need to do one more. Okay. Alright. Let's go get fuel first, then we'll stop at the shops. Actually, we should stop at the shops first, and then once I get the job, then we refuel and head straight to the job. Wherever it may be, or however we gotta handle this. Let's go to Starbreak Supplies first. Alright. We can sell our fuel. I don't have a reason for it. It's 570, not bad. We don't really need batteries, but we need these. Oh god, they're above price right now. We can't afford them. We can only afford one at best, and we cannot get these yet. Those two filters are gonna. We're gonna have to do what I've been doing strategy wise. They're gonna have to be cycled out after the next two missions. Okay, so not much to get then. No point in getting more batteries. We have plenty. We can sell the soda. 580. They give us gas money. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about that right now. I think we're good. We'll just spend the gas money we got right now, and we'll just mosey on to the next job that takes us towards Moon Baby. Because I feel like I need to let this box fill up before I sell some stuff out of it, just to kind of get more bang for my buck. Yeah, I think that's the best idea. Good, good, good. All right, nothing we want there. All right, we want the job board. I forget which way it is. It's that way. Alright. Now that we're docked, I can take my time. Because we shouldn't be losing energy here. We'll check that in a minute. Yep, okay. Alright. Let's see. So, Moon Baby is located where? She's over at Dark Side. So, track that. That's through Solar Zone. Okay. So it'll definitely be a risky job, but if we can get something that starts here and ends in Darkside, or at least something along the line like Heaven's Rest, Gamma Valley, we'll get still pretty good money for that. Problem is we're going pretty far away from the shop now. But I do have some replacement batteries and UCC, so it should be okay. Mm. The funny thing is, I actually think the faster route, let's say we had to go to Darkside. Even though I'd have to pay for the express lane, I think the fastest route would be to go to Three Kings, Red Sock, and then Darkside. Because there's less jumps. Which ergo means technically less fuel. So, okay. So let's see if so our potential places we want to go to with these deliveries are Heaven's Rest, Red Sock, or Darkside. So that's the Gamma Valley from here. Gamma Valley, Edgeboro, Shadowstone, Heaven's Rest. Hello there, 3000er. It's not a Q star, sadly. It is picked up here. So we probably want to get this one. This is probably our best bet. This is essentially going. So we'll have to go north. We won't be able to go the shortcut if we do that, though. Because Heaven's Rest is on the other side, so we'll have to go the long way. The long way to get there. But that's pretty good money. Keeping us above board pretty well, so. Let's do that one. We're gonna have to be fast about getting gas. Or we'll get too much late penalty for this. We gotta hurry. Unhitch. When you get gas immediately and then head that way to get it. Okay. Alright. Make it easier to swoop over, then we turn. And we head this way for the highway. I don't have time for this. This is a just-in-time delivery. We gotta be faster than this. I'm going under. Going under! Cargo's on the other side. Pass under red here so I don't hit this truck. Slow it down. Slow it down. Okay, so what I need to go ahead and do is prep for this. The reason why I'm doing this, we're going to be going into solar regions, so I might as well not even use my other backup camera, just because I'm going to need my forward-facing camera on the roof to see where we're going. Now, once we have the trailer, I'll probably switch to both forward cameras. Once we get there. Alright. For now, we'll go with this camera so I can see at least part of the trailer. Actually, we'll do it with this one. Uh-oh, what's happening? Oh, climate control UCC fault. We gotta fix that right now. We gotta hurry up. Oh, shoot, the lights are on. No, that's fine. We can't go into a zone like this with this busted. We'll put the the already somewhat wounded one in there for now, so we don't waste our good ones. Okay. Good. Problem solved. Okay. Well, that's not my lights, that's just the light of the thing. Okay, it should be good. Go ahead and do that. How's power doing? We might let gravity go down for the first time. We'll see. Oh, both filters are now done. Yeah, we're gonna definitely have to replace those after this. Alright. Need to get going. We'll see if we can buy. Hope there might be overpriced though. We'll see if we can buy one where we're going when we get to Heaven's Rest. I should have bought at least one. My brain's kind of telling me that's probably what I should have done, but oh well. That way we would have had at least 3 working and they would go down still pretty slow. So now we are rushing just so we can get those done. Turn that way before we drift. Engines are a bit in yellow because I've been rushing pretty hard. Looks like a survival type game where you... Oh, did you check out the... Oh, I did see that. It looks amazing. James would love that game.
Welcome to
I love it too, because it reminds me
This
of,
is an automated checkpoint inspection. Please be patient while
what is
security
that game
drones check
called?
for
That
compliance.
Void Rails or something? Void Train? It reminds me of Void Train, but you're able to actually build the train like
Thank you for your
your
time.
own way.
You are clear
Like
to
create
proceed.
your own actual train,
Have a safe trip.
which is really cool. Plus, it's just, like you said, it's a survival game as well. It looks really awesome. Yeah, there's some tiny rocks around. I need to slow down a little bit now. Oh, it's warning me. I like that there's caution signs on the gateway to warn you. Warning. Going into solar flare region. Oh shit. It's already happening. This is why I pull them down when I see that. You gotta be careful when jumping in because there's a chance it could already be happening, which it was. That was very inconvenient. I don't know where our exit's gonna be. So this is where cruise control is gonna be important to me because it's gonna be hard to drive and watch the screen too. Like, control my throttle. Problem is, this is what's probably gonna hurt my engines the most. It's very hot out there, so I bet you heating up is gonna be much more likely. So we're not gonna go that fast right now. It is cooling down. We'll go like 80, the normal speed limit. That's for the, around the station, but not on the highway. I'm hoping this is the highway I need. I'm gonna have to look at it as we pass under it. It's almost cooled down. All routes are this way, okay. Alright, we're back to normal. I can speed up now. I say that, but we're in the yellow. I'm gonna let it coast. Yeah, going through this area will require a lot of upgrades to run easily with cruise control. We're making a hard left, Roger. I need my bottom forward camera now so I don't run into any trucks beneath me. Any solar flares up? It doesn't show a solar flare happening. There's our drop zone. There's the other cargo I'm supposed to pick up for sour candy, but we can't do that right now. That's the one Tam King was talking about. Let us drift in. And come to a stop. Hey, on time, dude. Perfect. Alright. Oh, I hear a solar flare. I need to. There is a shop here. So we need to go to the shop. Wherever that is. Gonna probably have to turn around. Where's the stairs? The sanctuary. Okay. Probably up here, I assume. We need to buy at least one. The front ones are still doing pretty good. Though if we can swap them out just in time, we'll get enough.
Sorry, but I'm gonna need you to come in for a weight
God
check.
dang it, of course.
Head to the following waypoint and stop in the designated bay.
Oh my god, I hate these because you can't see them when you got your shield down. Alright, good, it's up. They're down there. Hello. Need me to move? Do you need help? Okay. Okay. Ah, okay. Okay.
Alright, now bring your truck to a stop so the scan can start. Hold your position while we run the scan. Won't take long. Please keep still. The scan can't complete if you're moving. Sit tight while we run the scan. Shouldn't take too long.
Not moving.
Load approved, and you're clear to roll. Take it easy out there.
Thank you. God dang. Okay. Back to the station. Another solar flare coming in. I can hear it. When you see it flashing red on your screen at the bottom too, beneath your little your speedometer, that's also when you know it's on its way. That's the job when it's so hard to see or resist that. We need the, I don't know, it looks like it's above me. So it's probably this one. Temperature's almost back to normal. God, I can't say. This is the thing I hate about the shutters trying to pull up on a building. You can't truly. There's a lot of depth. Much like a real mirror, there's a lot of depth perception issue with these little cameras. So it's very hard to tell how close you really are. So I took an unnecessary little hit right there, but can't be helped sometimes. That fight is essentially 100 Big Macs versus one Walmart fact. Exactly. Oh, there's a plus in here, but we already have ones. There's really no point in spending money on that. There's one filter in here. Well, at least it's normal price. Let's go ahead and get it. One is better than none. One is better than none. That's not what I wanted. My moderate's okay anyways. Alright. I would want to use the broken one. Not you guys. It's one of you, isn't it? Let's take you out then. That'll at least help somewhat. This place doesn't have a two. I wish it had two. I would have tried to sell something for it, like maybe these two to help pay for it. We can at least sell it back. Get a little bit back from it. I technically have enough for another one, but there ain't another one in here. Sad face. Alright. And so, just to conserve a little bit more. Alright, we're supposed to be heading to Dark Side. We'll see if there's a mission over there. If not, we're just heading straight over there. Let me know. Suit is offline, yeah. What's our filters look like now? Yeah, pretty fine. Uh-oh. Here we go again. It's the one down there, probably. How far? Yeah. It's this one down here. I'm trying to gauge it by looking at it and then looking at my screen. Oh no, it's not that one. It's around the corner. Because that one's got someone in it. Ah, I didn't go far enough. It's so hard to judge it. There we go. It's still not great. I don't think that's going to be aligned enough. Yeah, I really hate driving with the shutters down. No, that ain't gonna work. I'm just gonna raise the shutters. This is gonna take some practice before I can drive with the camera and actually line up on a shutter properly. Because you can't. What makes it easier to do it this way is you can look out your right side window and kind of gauge where the middle of the truck is when you rotate. Well, you can't do that when you're using the camera. And look how close I got that. There we go. Is it? Yeah, I'm sold and the price is right. Thanks for the streams. They're always enjoyable. Thanks, is Carry it. And no problem. Yeah, this game's definitely awesome. It is. I've enjoyed every minute of it so far playing this game. Even the mess ups that I've caused myself. That's back to junk fields. Is there nothing to where I'm going? No, there's not. So we're in a bit of a pickle now. We now have to go to a place where we don't have a job to go to. So we're just gonna have to book this. We have to do this fast. So don't waste too many air filters and too much. Okay, so let me mark the mission. We want moon, baby. We gotta go that way. Okay. lot of debris in this place going up the upper path without taking the road. But we don't have a trailer, but I drifted, damn it. Luckily we didn't hit it too hard. Uh-oh. Solar flare incoming. Well, I bet you it's bad to be outside during a solar flare. We'll have to try that one time, see if there's a trophy for that too. Because there's a trophy for going outside without your spacesuit. I wonder if there's one being turned into a human, grilled marshmallow. Our entrance must be this one, I assume, into Dark Side. It's calming down. It's fixing to be back to semi-normal. I'm gonna put it up. Hopefully wherever she's about to send me, if she doesn't give me a job, I can just take a job to wherever she wants me to go next. But we'll see. Alright, there's no chance of flares here. That's nice. Alright, let's meet Moon Baby. Try to get our shock pods unlocked so we can go through electrical areas if we so choose. Well, we're actually flying pretty hard. It's like oh, it's negative 66 here. Wow, we can use permanent.
Well, if it isn't Lucky Jay,
like,
glad you made
well,
it.
we don't need to right now,
Now,
but
if
cruise
you're not
control.
too superstitious, like most other folks around here, you interested in making some cash? Now that's what I like to hear. Head on over to these coordinates in Shatterstone. I'll explain on the way.
Alright, well, if you're gonna make me do that, then I'm getting a job before I'm heading over
Here's
there.
the lowdown on this gig. Muldoon Outpost put out a call for extra pyrite a little while ago.
The Muldoon Outpost?
Ain't exactly
Didn't
the
he get
norm,
killed by
but
raptors?
it happens from time to time. You know, if logistics break down or when there's a big spike in demand. And when that happens, they need some helping hands to fulfill orders.
Alright, good to know. Luckily, the story missions aren't timed. They don't rush you. So we can just get a job and head over to Shatterstone from here. Hopefully. Hopefully there's something to Shatterstone from here. I want to make money while we're doing this so we can buy batteries when the time comes. And another filter. To be fair, there's a shop here. Maybe I should check to see if there's a filter here. Hold on. Let's see if there's a filter here before we go. So both filters can be replaced and whatever money we make here goes straight into batteries. Ah, it's on the other side, isn't it? I do hate when it does that. It's because there's a truck on this side. Maneuvering in between the station. Don't go too high. My exhaust will hit the center column of the station. little off there. Little off. So we're gonna do this number here, where it basically lines us back up. And then we just turn. Boom. Oh no, you just died to a solar flare as I fixed my truck. So we know there's not a trophy now. That's messed up. Poor Jab Gang. That is absolutely messed up. Wow. Jab Gang's like, nope, just found out the hard way. Oh my god, it's 4,000. We might not be able to get a filter. Actually, we can if I do that. Alright, I guess I'm selling my fuel cap for now. Oops, I forgot to buy the, what's it called? That is a messed up price for that filter, but we have no choice. That was not efficient, but no, it's not you, it's you. Doing this all in the dark. Sorry if you can't hardly see anything, chat, when I do it like this. This is just to conserve on energy. There it is. Oh, I didn't close the airlock. Every time, Self. Every time. That's why there needs to be a penalty for that. So it'll teach my brain not to do that. Not to let that happen. Unhinged. Alright, now I gotta go back on the other side of the station. Again. Go down, go down, go down, or you're gonna clip your roof. Alright, so. Wow, that's pretty good, but we can't go that far right now. That's a good payout for me to get all my money back, but we cannot go that far right now. Alright, so we're heading to Shatterstone. We're looking for something to Shatterstone. If there is anything. From Darkside. Oh, here we go. That's a cheapie. Anything else? Nope. And it's a Q star. Perfect. Let's do this one. This is from here to Shatterstone, where we're going. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Alright, unhitch. It is beneath of us, it looks like. Perfect. Alright, that's fine. Energy levels are getting a little iffy when it comes to gravity. But I'll do that once it should last just long enough. Plus everything's in safety right now, so. Alright, we should be good and we should be hitched up. Yep. Alright, we're gonna hit the Shatterstone, which is up there. It's bright as hell at this angle with the sun. Oh, there is a paint shop here. There is a Diego's paint shop here if we ever want to come back and change it after we're done with the mission before the very end. What is that? Tech Trove Electronics. Haven't been there yet. I'll have to go there at some point and check what that is. The brakes. Alright. Oh, solar flare. Drop zones that way, past the speed here. It's probably over there somewhere. Okay, let's point directly at it and then look at my monitor and kind of see what I'm looking at. So right there, what am I looking at? Seems to be right there. Maybe. Either there or the one right here. Actually, it might be right there. But, because this camera sits on top of the truck, so we're actually above the star in that camera's view. Everything's going back to normal. We're back to yellow. It's safe to raise the shutters. Let's go. Yeah, I thought so. So it's actually no, it's actually that. That's how far away it is. It's that right there. So it's pretty accurate what I'm pointing at. You just kind of have to guess out of the ones in front of that path what it is. Pull up a little bit so I don't clip anybody. And I'm gonna go cruise control. Yeah, we've cooled off our engine pretty well, so we can cruise for a little bit. I see. Okay. We're gonna have to come completely around. We're not gonna back in. We're gonna do my little trick I always do with ones like these. I think I delivered something here once. I remember doing this on stream. So I can see the trailer. Perfect. Stop. Boom! Playing corporation games. Yes! Complete 5 jobs for Q-Star. I knew that was the Wayland Corporation of this universe. Okay, the trophy was called Playing Corporation Games. Nice. Noise. There it is. Q-Star paint job and solar style paint job unlocked. Probably because I'm delivering to solar flare areas. Alright, now we gotta mark her mission again. Head to the pyrite field. Let's mark it so I know where that is. Over there, okay. I think we're gonna have to change gravity before we do this. The gravity battery. The other battery should last long enough for us to get back to wherever she's gonna probably take us. Depending on what this mission entails. Oh, hold on, let me go back to my underneath camera so I can see what I'm doing, just in case solar flares kick up as well. It's really at the bottom. Ooh, like that, at the bottom of the camera. Yep, saw it the last second. Fuck, I just had a whole breach. Fuck. I saw it the last second. It's on the front. Fuck. Damn it, I should have been more cautious flying across here. This seems to be a dangerous place that we're heading into right now.
Got a solar storm coming up. Stay safe and make
Oh,
it to the inside, okay?
shit. I don't have the shutters down. Shutter. And that's also why I was doing that fast. I knew I might get caught out there like Damn King did. And you really don't want that. I'm gonna try not to hit any more rocks, so let's cruise control this at like, oops. Let's say 40 for now. We're not that far away from it anyways. directly at it. It'll slow us down a lot.
This is Red Eddie with a call out. You two tourists on a pyrite grab?
Hi, Eddie. Supposing we are. What's it matter to you? You're not gonna bore me and LJ with that old wives' tale, are you?
You know, around these parts, they say pyrite shards are the fossilized tears of an ancient civilization.
Oh, mercy.
A
Huh?
cataclysmic event shattered their planet, killing everyone in its wake. They say tragedy befalls all those
Like,
who
I'm gonna have to wait till the
their
solar
reckless
storm's out. If I have to get out of the truck to do this,
young traveler, and
then I'm gonna have to wait till the solar storm's over anyways.
Performance short, but you know that's absolute nonsense, Red. Ain't no ghosts around these parts. No, sir. Big old rocks and solar storms.
Okay, that story might be a little out there, but you can't tell me this sector isn't a little haunted.
Red, come on.
Rumors of a long-gone trucker still hauling his ghostly rig, the Silver Titan.
The Silver Titan, that's a cool name.
Being a real bucket map.
All right, sheesh. Sorry, Moon Baby. Didn't mean any harm. As
I'll
always,
leave
you
the
two do
shutters
it
up.
then. Red out.
Oh, everything fell out. Oopsies. I didn't also sell that filter. Not like it's gonna get me much money. Probably when I had that collusion. Okay. Gotta turn suit charger on. Because we're gonna need it. It's technically not fully charged, but it's got enough. Let's go see what we gotta do. We gotta be fast about this. Let's go for this closest one. I don't know how many I need. Does this thing have durability? No, I can just throw it on the ground. We're gonna try to get 2 or 3 if we can, then we're gonna have to get back in the truck, just in case. Let's go get the one that's right in front of the grill, right here. Actually, this one over here is further away. Hurry, 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 hurry. Alright, let's let the suit charge for just a second. I gotta go check my sensors. Still yellow. Oh. No, I hear it. Hold on, is temperature going up? Where's the temperature?
Might be best to stay inside until it passes.
Yep, okay. Yep. So, alright. So how much do we need for this? Collect enough pyrite to try to keep the ghost stories from getting to your head. What? One final shipment of pyrite, and Moon Baby has put you to work harvesting it in the Shatterstones. Doesn't say. I'm gonna have to look at behind my face. I gotta collect all 5. Wow. Okay. Well, let's grab our chest then here. See if it'll fit in these. It might not. It does. I can get a couple in here. I'll take the cans out. These are not important. We sadly don't have 2 boxes for this, but still soul in the storm up out there. Suit's still charging. This can get 1 more in it, then we'll have to grab the other 2 by ourselves. How's energy low? Oh, I don't like that flashing. What is that? Gravity. Let's fix that while we're sitting still. That's not the right one. think I shut the other box. Probably. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, it sounds like it's over. Wait for it. Now it should be safe. Well, I didn't want to take any chances. Let's get the furthest away ones first, then. Oh, really? It won't fit that. Really? It rotated it earlier. I guess it's the size difference. Oh, this one's way bigger. Never mind. This got to go down here. So that one's way bigger. So that's 3. Let's get another far away one. Let's go that one. Oh, whoa, ah, shit, I ran into it. No! Oh, God. Catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it, catch it. Oh, no, is it going too fast? Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Full speed. Slow down. Come on, oh, it's still running, it's still running, it's still running. Oh, God, this is stupid. This is very bad. This is what happens going too fast. I need to press X as soon as I see it. Go, 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 go. I went 0.1 miles away from my truck. Run! Thrusters, go faster! Go, 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 go. She hasn't given me a warning yet. We're still safe. When she gives me the verbal call out, we're in trouble. Come on, come on, come on. Airlock, airlock, airlock. Woo! Okay, well, that's a tiny one. I'll put it down here too. Actually, no, it's fine. I'll put it in here. Let's charge the suit for a second and check the temperature. So hard to see the temperature gauge here. Doesn't look like it's going up. Might be able to get one more. A close one. The one that's like right here. This one.
Solar storm coming in hot. Haul ass and get yourself out of there.
Knew I was playing with literal fire. Go, 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 go. Get inside. Close. Close, close, close. Woo! Okay, made it.
Hey now, look at that. You got a pretty decent pirate haul there. Demand is still high, so get it over to Muldoon and they'll pay a real nice price for bringing it in.
So I gotta go to Muldoon to sell it. Was that 5? I guess it was. Let's get as much as we can. Might as well get the most money I bang for our buck. Alright, well, let's change our gravity thing while we're at it. We need a plus for gravity. Because I'm saving that plus to go into our core energy at some point. Okay. Still doing good there. That's why I went heavy duty for that one. Okay. Gravity's back to normal. The suit needs a new battery because it's gonna die out soon. So let's go ahead and replace that now. Because we need the suit right now. More than anything. While we're gathering this pyrite. Okay. Dead power cell going down here. We need a regular power cell apparently. UCC's halfway, it's fine still. There we go. Alright. Sounds like the storm's passing. Wait for it to sound a little bit quieter. Put suit on. Go outside. Should be safe. Oh, but see, I can't see the pyrite now. Oh, yes, I can. Let's get this one. Might as well get a little bit of extra if we're going to be this far out looking for pyrite. That's a big boy piece, too. Glad I came back for that. Any others? Nah. Glad I chased the other one down, too, so we have plenty. Alright, well, that's not going to go in there. I'll have to bring the box down here, too. There we go. Actually, we can put that on top shelf because that one's bigger. Put it up there. Alright, now to the station. Turn this off for now because we're not going back outside. Alright. Oxygen's a little iffy. We'll see if I can get over to the station and deliver before we do that, though. Raise shutters for now. So we're looking for Muldoon Station. I don't know which is which. Oh, there's a solar flare coming in. It's gonna blind me if I don't hurry up. That's locked. I don't know where Muldoon Station even is. Oh, there it is. Do like a 50-mile-an-hour cruise control. Make it easier to go through this zone. Keep an eye on the rocks. What looks big and what doesn't, that looks pretty sizable. Don't hit that one. Oh, pull up. That one was hard to see. Woo! Okay. They're up top. Okay. The shop is to my left. This should be this one. This gate right here. Let me see where we are. Wait, is it not this one? It's not. So it's up there. Wait, what? So it must be around the side. On this side. But when the solar flare ends, alright, it's starting to calm down. Hopefully there'll be a plus battery I can get in here and go ahead and have my supply ready for the core systems, and then we'll be good. Alright, let's see how much this gets. That's not great, to be fair. That's not great. Tis not great, and there's no plus battery. This is the problem with the plus pluses. They're more likely to appear either out in salvage or all the way back in Atlas Prime, where you go to the actual mechanic shop, where they're more likely to be more of them. That isn't really a lot, though. That didn't really make me too much money. Is it above price like it's supposed to be? No, it's actually cheaper. I like how she said go over there before it goes back down. Yeah, because this is considered a chemical. I could hold on to them. They don't take damage. Get a job and head somewhere else that might have it. Is there a way to look at that on the map? Like to know who's selling what right now? There is. Okay, so we're looking for chemicals. 16% more for chemicals here. Nope, less there. None there at all. 7% more chemicals here. Not there. 23% more chemicals. Chemical worth all the way back at Atlas. But would it change by the time I get there is the issue. That's what I don't know. So if we're going to do that, we need to get a job that takes us back to Prime. To Atlas Prime or somewhere near it, like Medusa or something. Alright. So I'm not going to sell those here. She said I should, but I'm like, well, I'm not going to get money for those here. There, I would actually get a decent chunk of money, or at least an okay amount. for that upping in price right there. I think we try to take a job and head back to Atlas. I have a feeling that area in general would want more chemicals because it'd be less prominent over there anyways. So, versus this side of the galaxy. So let's see what we can do. We're not going to get anything here. We've got enough core power. I think it'll last us to a fleet to back to Atlas. Or somewhere nearby it. See if we can get a job. Heading back over there. Nope, other way. Alright, slow down. You see, easy $1,500. You see, I just got a mission to pick up and deliver the same zone. Into the same zone and pick up a delivery are like 300 meters away. Wow, that's you. And for 1,500? Wow, there isn't anything. What? There's no jobs here. Frick. Alright, never mind. We'll have to get a job in the next zone. Oh, no, wait. That goes to dark side. So hold on. Hold on. Actually, we can do that. I didn't realize dark side is the only place we can go right now. Back the other way. So we'll get a cheap $800 off of this. Then we'll have to get another job immediately. Wow, this place is terrible for jobs. We'll do it. We'll do it just to get back. Ah, yes, the space engineer item bump of death. All right, let's get this. It's a 2-trailer. It's not really worth 800 for a 2-trailer, but it's the only choice that's here. So I'll take it. Sounds like a solar flare's incoming.
That's the show storm coming in hot.
I assume it might be down there, probably. Considering that's what I'm looking at, pointing that way. It's one of those two. Let's head towards it. I want to try to be fast about this one, but not reckless. Just because I don't want to have to spend too much time on something making this little money. Luckily, it's only one jump away, and we're gotta head back towards that way anyways now. That's probably our cargo right there, if I had to guess. The one to our left and down in the monitor. go. We're close enough. Now that we can go in reverse towards it. Alright. Now we gotta go that way to get the dark side again. Alright, sounds like it's calming down. And the fuel efficiency upgrade is fantastic. We're just now at half a tank, I want to point out, chat. We've went quite a distance. So now we're definitely spending way less money on gas on average. Because if we make periodic jobs all the way there, and then we sell the pyrite wherever the most expensive chemical place is still over that way, we'll keep checking it every now and then. But yeah, now my biggest dream is if ATS does ever come to console now, I'd flip out because these two games put together would be my favorite little like just side games to play on my own.
Welcome to Darkside.
Oh, the item bump of death. This is how laggy my chat seems to be right now. Shit, that must have been what Farseer was talking about with when I knocked that rock into space and had to chase it. Thank goodness we caught it before the solar flare happened.
Have a great
That
day.
could have went real bad. Like that could have been real bad. Oh. Okay. Playing Among the Stars. Complete 5 jobs for Frank. For Franks. Nice. Level up again. I need to see what skills we can level up. Paint job on long shrinks logistics. Oh yeah, Diego's is here. We should put on our new paint job while we're here. But let's go get us a job first that we can grab on the way out. Actually, job board's on this side. So here's what we'll do. Let's fly over the Diego's real fast. Then elevate our position. Get next to the job board. Grab a job. Head to the next area. So we have that pre-prepped. Oh. Came in a little hot there. Let's put our new paint job on. There it is. Now we got the Wayland colors, but now I should be able to change it to actual Wayland colors. We're gonna, oh no, we can't. Oh, that sucks, but that's okay. I wanted to make that purple a little more black, but it doesn't let me, it looks like. Good enough. Beautiful. Nah, hull is okay. The hull is fine for now. Between me hitting that one small rock and this constant sun bombardment I've been doing, it's starting to get a little worse. Okay, so this is the checkpoint area for this place. This is like the Atlas Prime place for this area. Because there's an auto essentials here too. Which... Ooh. How's my filters looking? Filters are fine. I have 3,000. That's enough to get... Oh, no, wait. No, it's not. Because they're like 2,000 each. Unless they're being upscaled. Let's just continue forward. Make sure we have a guaranteed amount of money before we make that kind of switch. Because pluses last absolutely forever in poor energy. The ones we're running off now are regular pluses, technically. Which we could afford those, but trying to make a good upgrade for poor energy so I never have to worry about it almost ever again for a while with the way I run my truck. I was a little off. I drifted a little too far. Being a little stupid. There we go. Uh oh, something just popped. What is that? Oh yeah, oxygen. Yeah, I'm about to change that. I'll do that while we're getting a job, because I'm gonna get out of my seat. That way we're not losing energy while we're parked. Do that in a minute. Okay, oxygen's gotta be fixed. So let's grab you. What kind of power cell's in? Let me go turn it off for a second. Oxygen generation. It's got a plus in it. I don't have a plus, I don't think. I don't. It's gonna have to be a regular for now. Put this in here and sell it. It's gonna have to be a regular power tool. Go, 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 go. Oops, that's not what I want. I need to hit the job button. I meant to get up and go to the door. What was that? I was just, oh, I didn't mean to unhitch. No, you. I aimed at the wrong thing. I got it back. I gotta re-hitch us. Darn it. Didn't mean to have that happen. Okay, that one's to Onyx. That's worth a lot of money, and that's not bad. That would be the most bang for our buck. We'd have to stop for fuel somewhere, but we'd be good. What about to Atlas at all? Anywhere? That one's to Atlas Prime. Never mind. This worth less money, but this is going exactly where we're going, and we got to be fast about it too. Let's do this one. Wait, no, wait. This one's better. Wait, is that worth more? It is. Oh, and that's going to Atlas as well. That's much better. But I have to go to. Wait, aren't I in Dark Side? I think I'm in Dark Side. Yeah, it's 1 mile. Pickup is 1 mile away. So yeah, let's do this one. Atlas Prime. That's beautifully perfect. Let's go. And it's worth quite a lot for the fact it's only one trailer. Also, I do like these colors. These colors are nice. So I can see if I hit anything. Where's the exit to... Wait, hold on. We would be good. Let's set our path. We would be going Heaven's Rest. Actually, no. That would be more jumps. We're going Red Sox, Three Kings, Atlas. So let's go to... We're going to need to go on this side of it. Okay. Alright, there's our target. Quick, 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 quick. Let's get us up there. Beautiful. Actually, we're not going through any solar zones, so I can just do that. And do that for just viewing purposes. Okay, let's go. Although that's not the mission I thought was going to give me my shock pads. I could have sworn I was going to get my shock pads from Moon Baby. Maybe that was a separate mission from Moon Baby than the one I was supposed to do. So we're going to have to do a part 2 of this at some point. I'll write it down in my notes on my phone, because we won't be able to do another episode probably till Tuesday, Wednesday, somewhere next week. Because, like I said, I'm not trying to give too hardcore schedules, because I want to be able to switch up games when we need to and kind of make it a little bit fresh, not only for me, but for you guys, so you don't watch the same game over and over again too much. Alright. How is power doing? Pretty well. We're good. We should be perfectly set. And filters are... Hold on, I gotta watch which way I've gotta go here. Filters are good. So, what path is that? Tank Town. We don't want to go that way. We're going Three Kings. So we're going this way. This is my first time actually coming to this zone as well. Like, I'm not normally in this zone at all. I've hardly ever made deliveries here. It's definitely red. Lives up to its name. This is also the closest body shop, it looks like. No, didn't we come over here once for sour candy or something, or was it somewhere else that was red? But I'm not sure. I know there is a red area or something similar to this color that we've got to pick up sour candy's main little drop. That's special goods in one of the missions. So wait, my highway is over here. So stay low because they're going up. We're going to want to stay low. Woo! But there's a lot of debris this way. Okay. Oh, wait. That's not the entrance to the highway? Oh, it's not. That is. Ah, shit. I drifted off into a field. Well, then I'm going to drive myself then for a second. We're going to just take it real slow. Don't want to damage the cargo. This cargo's worth way too much money. Yeah, you see how my symbol, my alert symbol's red. It's letting me know, hey, you drifted into something bad. Sorry, Gabe. I'm used to doing dumb things in this truck sometimes. Alright, we should be clearing it. Let's go up to 60. Alright, perfect. Yeah, our engines are staying pretty cool now, other than zones with solar flares. Nice. slow down because the AI is going slow in front of me. He's going the same way I am, so we're gonna have to stay behind him. I won't pass him in time to get in front of him, so I might as well just chill and stay behind him. Alright, back to Three Kings, and there's our express route. We do have to pay for that, but that's kind of why I'm doing it this way, because I do have the money for it. And how much we're getting paid, 150 off of that is nothing. So, it's worth it. Just gotta watch out for the debris. Look how much traffic's coming in over here. I wonder if I can get in front of him. He might be going to that one over there, so I might not be able to have to get in front of him. Yeah, he's going to the far one, I think. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna hit him instead of passing him. So, what the hell? Someone hit me! Damn it! Guys, I will say one thing to the developer. Please, 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 please. He must be constantly running into me. He's beneath me right now. I see him. I'm gonna have to stop or go ahead of him. Okay, there's the one thing I need to tell the developer, because this is the one thing I will say as a tip. I really don't like that the AI just plows into you and doesn't slow down at all until you're actually in front of it. Like, I get it's meant to represent maybe the realism of kind of like trying to merge with traffic, but there's still certain things that even this game, I feel like, when it comes to that kind of stuff, that I feel like, that doesn't need to be that real. I kind of had the same problem with ATS, actually, like American Truck Simulator. The AI does the same thing in that game. I think that's just having it do every now and then, sure, but that just cost me way more money. Now it's 350 that I went through this gate instead of 150 because some AI decided it was trying to keep up with my speed. I do think another way to fix this is make the AI even slower. I know it'd be kind of pain in the butt and they wouldn't look maybe kind of as alive. I don't know. I'm trying to think of the best way that would solve that without causing too many problems for the game's mechanics. Plus, I would like an alert. You know what? No, that's it. That's what would solve that problem. Because I can't always be on this camera. I have to switch between cameras in general all the time. There needs to be, just like when debris is near you, there needs to be a proximity alert for the vehicles. There needs to be one that lets me know if a truck is about to hit me. So I know to stop. Because I didn't know he was there. I couldn't see him. Like, I hear an engine right now, but I cannot see it. He could run into us right now and I wouldn't know where he was. So I do think that that's maybe a little too harsh when it comes to having no alert or no warning whatsoever if there's something too close to you that's not just debris. This would also help to show how when I'm in this monitor and I'm during solar flares, a proximity alert for buildings and trucks, other trucks, would also let me be able to make the driving during this easier. It would make more sense. Because, like, I hear something, see, right there, I have to stop. I'd hit him. Even with the bottom camera on, I didn't see him until it was the last second. Because the bottom camera only shows forward, not just directly underneath. So I will say that is my only qualm with this game. Truly mechanically. Everything else is bloody brilliant. But I do think that there needs to be some sort of, unless there's an upgrade for that and I just don't have it yet or something, I don't know. I think that it needs to give me some sort of proximity truck alarm to let me know, oh, shoot, something's nearby that's another vehicle or a station. I'm getting too close to the station or something as well. That'd be kind of nice. Otherwise, the same issue kind of unfolds and starts to become a big problem. They must be doing 60 through here. But otherwise, like, this game's pretty perfect. That's like the only thing I think that they can improve, that could be improved in this game versus a new game. So I do think there needs to be a proximity alarm. Even if it's just an audio one and it says it on the screen, you don't need anything up here to add any more here. I mean, there's already lights here that don't really light up any of these. So you could just put it there. But if you didn't want to have to add in like extra like UI here, then I would suggest just make it, say it on this screen or either screen, and give me like almost like a Star Trek alarm, like boop 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 boop, something like that. Like that's all you get is that horn. That horn we just heard, that's all you get. And it didn't even do that. Like when we were about to hit him, he did not blow his horn whatsoever. That was above me because I saw the shadow. But that is my only weird qualm that I kind of find strange it's not in this game. Otherwise, like I said, this game is pretty perfect. We didn't lose that much money, but we could earn more. Thankfully, because I have, and this is the funny thing, because I'm leveled up and I have these all unlocked and certain things upgraded, I still actually made more money than what it was paying me. So that's still good. Vectored paint job unlocked. Okay. So we're back up to 7,000. Let's head over to the mechanic shop so we can get a couple of yeah, you hear that? So there's a horn, but he's either above me or below me. And considering I don't see anything on the under camera, he must have been above me. But that's the only alarm you get is them honking at you, and they don't honk at you until you're almost like 20 feet away from them. It's way too close. Which is why I think a proximity alarm would be better for that, because it would tell the player he needs to hit the emergency brake right now, so he doesn't slam into someone. Or she. So. We're not going to be spending a lot of money over here. I just want to buy, what do you call it? Some repairs. Then we'll spend the rest on batteries for this time around, since the filters are okay at the moment. Services and repair. Hello. Huh? Oh, we're not going in the morning? Oh, because you might be sick. Well, I mean, it'd be hard for me to go and you not go, so I might just have to not go either then. But okay. All right, I love you. Call me if you need me. Okay. Hold back to pristine edition again. I don't have enough for an upgrade without hurting our money a little too much. Because I think I would like another fuel efficiency boost. 1,500 is pretty expensive though. We might not be able to. Well, we only need one plus plus battery. We have one. No, we should be okay. Because I want even more fuel efficiency. And then this eventually next, but I think next what I want. I'm not going to get it right now, but I think what I want next is this. Make my insulation effectiveness even higher, meaning core energy drains even slower. Because the heating and cooling won't have to be as extreme when the panels are down during solar flares. Alright, that's good. Now we go over to the shop next door. Right here. For batteries. Maybe a UCC or two. Since we've made a lot of money. What was that? What the heck was that noise it just made? The heck? What's blinking? What's banging? Oh, fuel. Yeah, we know. I know, game. I know. It's like, what's yelling at me? It's fuel, but we'll go get fuel right after this. So what we got to keep in mind too, we got to buy fuel. But we're gonna sell everything here. Might as well. Actually, we might sell. Wait, we still got the pyrite. We gotta see if it's still worth it here or not. Hopefully it is for having to come this far. What's up? Okay. Chemicals are Even better, yes. Sell all of it. Yes, 1,128. All right. Oh, look at that beautiful thing. Yes, there we go. Then we want. Oh, we can sell you too. 992. We've got a normal battery. We need another normal battery. Probably both these normal batteries. We want to kind of get enough to matter. And maybe another plus regular for gravity. Oxygen's running on regular right now, so I can probably get away with that for a little bit. Because this would, yeah, that's too much. Do that, yeah, that's better. Because then it leaves me with like 2,000. Anything else I can? Oh, I didn't sell these. There we go. It's actually a little less, little less money sent there. Oh yeah, I can sell you. That seems good.
Great work. Looks like you fulfilled the quota. Ain't a bad way of making some cash on the side, right?
No, it's
Well,
not.
as
It
long as
helped
you don't
me,
cook in a
to be
solar
fair.
storm. Ugh, my rig's playing up again.
Oh, hold on. Sounds like a spot of bad luck. Just a coincidence?
Don't you start up with this superstitious stuff, LJ. Probably just the transmission needing a service. I'm gonna ease off the throttle and take it slow back to my place. Take it easy, LJ. I'll see you around. Moon baby over and out.
Alright. Moon baby mission done. Alright, let's pick up bids, get our stuff. I know fuel's low. It's fine. Got our plus plus, but we're gonna be putting these in the what's it called very soon here. Alright, let's take this down here. So I don't forget again. Let's change core power, right? Oh, hold on. Let me put it right here. In front of that window. Filters will be able to cycle out again soon on the front side. 36%. I kind of want to buy 2 more regular batteries. Are there 2 more in here? No, there's not. So we'll just have to let maglev almost run out before we change it. So let's change core. We can sell them while we're here, to be fair. Give this baby a huge upgrade in core power efficiency. Yeah, we're gonna wait. Alright, turn core back on. So that's almost 1,000. Could get a replacement plus battery. I think I am gonna do that. Yep. Let's get another plus battery to put in there. And that should be good. I don't really need another UCC. And that'll barely take me below 1,000. Although another heavy duty UCC right now while I've got the money would be a good call. So when the one in the gravity goes out, I can put it in there. Let's grab another one of these. Okay. Alright. Go there for now. We'll put them in their boxes after I grab them. Good. Alright, let's put you in here. Now we have 2+ batteries. We could technically put those in the mag now, which might be a better call, to be fair. Now that we have 2 of them. You're going to go in your box here and be a replacement for my gravity when it goes out. Okay. Speaking of which, still good. That's why I get a heavy duty one for it and don't have to worry about it. Just the power. Alright, how's the UCC and climate control? See, that's getting a little iffy. Eventually, I might just switch all the UCCs to heavy duties. Maybe I should do that now. There is another one in there. We'll be draining our money down again, but I'm almost out of gas though. I guess I could half tank it. We get a lot of efficiency now, so yeah, I could just fill up to like over half a tank or however much money we got left. Then pick a big job for the next setup. Yeah, I think that's just the best bet because we're gonna get more bang for our buck doing that. Just like with the grav one. And oxygen and grav are a pain in the ass. I go turn oxygen off again. Or that's climate control, right? That's what I meant to say. Climate control, yes. Climate regulator off. Let's take this down here so we can sell it. We don't want to fully let it break. Won't get us much, but eh, 56. It's not really much, but it's something. Climate regulator on. Oh, the suit's not fully charged. Let me let that finish charging. And I'll turn it right back off. Because we're at the station, so this should infinite charge, right? And this shouldn't take power. Done. Perfect. Alright. Close the airlock. I did. Okay. Alright. Why is Medusa 6? Oh, it must be my mission. What is marked? Reclamation. Since her rig is still acting up, Moonbaby needs a hand with her day job. Meet up with her in Junk Fields to see how you can help. Okay. So this mission. So I did the wrong one. It was actually, that's confusing. I will say that. So because this is technically a Red Eddie mission, I got confused. But we're supposed to actually go see Moonbaby. Wow, there's 2 different missions for her in Junk Fields now. So that's a bit annoying. But we'll keep that one marked from now on. But that's only because I didn't realize it in time. Time to spice it up with a question. What are all the positives for large ships in space? I mean, durability. Less likely small asteroids can do any real damage to a larger ship. I mean, the bigger it gets, the more likely it's still going to happen. But cargo space or people space, equipment space, those kinds, like space in general, like big space for things you need. Auxiliary support systems can be supported in a larger vessel that you wouldn't be able to have in a small one, like for instance, meteorite guns. You could take it even a step further if you're going down in a meteorite area, that a larger vessel could probably have anti-meteorite little weaponries on its hull that can shoot them away and stuff like that, and destroy them and shatter them into small pieces that wouldn't hurt them. Trying to think what else. I mean, of course, in combat, a larger ship is better, because you would think maneuverability would be better, but only if maneuverability would only be good in space fully if if you were in warfare and your opponents use something like a photon torpedo or something that's physically has to track you that you can avoid if you're good enough. That's the only reason why, to me, in that situation, maneuverability would come in handy. But here's the other thing that most people don't realize. In realistic terms, maneuverability would not save you in most fights in space. The reason for this is because all the weapons that are going to be in space on a ship are mostly going to be automated. They're going to be controlled by people, but the targeting system and how it compensates for no gravity and all that when it's shooting at something, it's going to do that for you. So, like lasers, like this is why the phaser beams of Star Trek are the most realistic weapon for space, because you don't need to compensate for distance and object speed when the computer can just lock onto a point and fire the laser at the ship. So it's one of those types of things. But I think other than that, I do think size wise is probably better in general. Okay, so we need to go get gas. Gas is all the way around. So we might as well go past Diego's and go get gas. There's no quick way over there. Well, I guess maybe New Liberty to that. They're about the same distance, I feel like, so. Alright. Whoa, see what I mean? God, I would love a proximity alarm. Yeah, the other way might have been. No, it's actually at the station, so would have been the same either way. He's going the same way I'm going, sadly. But I'm gonna pass him so we don't have to be behind him. Oh my god, look how little power drain I have because of those plus plus batteries. I have only an 11% drain on core energy right now. That is absolutely amazing. This is why you want plus pluses in your core batteries, because they will take forever to die. Versus the others. The others probably pluses and regulars are good enough. And they're cheaper too. Alright, let's see what we can get to. We'll see what it is at halfway. Yeah, we're definitely not going to get a full tank. I'm going to stop it at like 780. There we go. Little over half. That'll be good enough for now. It'll be enough to get us to whatever our next job would be. I think we're going to wrap it up here in a second. We've been going for quite a while. I'll see what Farseer said. I saw she said something in chat, so hold on 1 second, Farseer. So that'd be the job I'd probably do next. Back to Shatterstone. Wow. More Q star, but that'd make all my money back. Anything a bit closer. Ooh, that's 3 jumps. That's 5 jumps. So that's actually a better job. And that's actually going where I need to go, but I'm not going to be doing any more story off camera until we do our next episode next week. So I'll just be doing random jobs constantly, making more money than I can do with before our next episode. Then we can focus on story a little bit next episode, like hardcore. So it'll be the industrial waste rush delivery is what I want. It could be going back to junk fields. 5 miles away, but it's in Atlas Prime. Pickup. West Coast Galaxy. Any Instagalactics? Not for a lot of money. That's the Gamma Valley. That's not really worth how little money I have right now on me. This would be the best bang for my buck, or this one, this 5,000 one. Although that's 6,000, even though it's further away. That's a guaranteed 6,000. So maybe I should do that one. I'm gonna go ahead and plan it out for myself. So Shatterstone. Yeah, that's all the way at the end. Woo! So I can cut it down by one jump. If I go Three Kings, Red Sock, Dark Side, Shatterstone. Oh, you can't do that. You can only set 3. Okay. Well, that's good enough. It'll be close enough for it to take over once the job is taken. Alright, let me go ahead and get the job. I'm going to save it with the job, and then we're going to start wrapping it up. So we want this one. You can see which mission gives you hidden cargo. It's Red Eddy. Okay, well, I'm not worried about the hidden cargo. That's not the mission he's giving me right now. Red Eddy's got me going the moon baby so I can get my shock pods. I'm nowhere near probably hidden cargo. If it's Red Eddy, then I'm nowhere near done enough missions for him to even give me that. I would imagine though it wouldn't be Red Eddy. Why would Red Eddy give me that? Unless he gives you all the main mechanics. Maybe he's like the main guy you talk to, but he has you talk to other people. Because it is a bit confusing that it's a Red Eddy mission, but I've got to go talk to Moon Baby, but it's a Red Eddy mission to get those shock pods. So. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, you can see who gives what. Check the convoy tab that shows you for the unlocks. Oh, really? Let's save it first. Okay, 13 hours. I'll look at that while since we're not gonna be. I can just reload the save. That must be the one we're on now. That must be the shock pod upgrade right there. Yeah, you see how they all kind of connect to each other? I see. Yeah, you see how they kind of all bleed back into each other's missions? That's what's making it slightly confusion. So this is the mission we're on now. This gives us our shock pods. So that means technically, if Red Eddy is the one that gives you. Also, it doesn't say what it is. It just says upgrade, but it must be always Red Eddy. Oh no, this one might be borrow. See, I don't think it's Red Eddy, Jam King. Yeah, this is the one that's in progress. But it unlocks this upgrade, I think, when we complete it. I wish these said things. Yeah, okay. Provide protection for extreme temperatures, but it doesn't say until you've completed it. So it doesn't tell you technically. Top row, then that's not Red Eddy. That's actually borrow. We actually have to complete this one to do missions for borrow. So that's technically not Red Eddy. Once this one's done, though, borrow should contact us. Because I think he's the one that sends us into the shock areas sometimes. Because Moon Baby and Sour Candy and seem to go towards solar regions. From what I can tell, these two must have electrical regions. And Dusty's kind of in the middle. He's kind of all of them. He also seems to have the least missions to do, it looks like. Yeah, eventually we'll have to do a Moon Baby upgrade for whatever Moon Baby gives us there. So interesting. So that's cool to know. And GB is just the controller. As you get these upgrades, this is how you unlock your different zones. So unlock the Enigma territories by completing side jobs. So this one would be all of these. I bet you side jobs have to be complete in order for Zone 4 to be unlocked. Or I need whatever that is. Okay. Probably if I had to guess, whatever that is. Okay. Moon Baby must have the sensor ping. Probably. That's probably what that is, I assume. I assume that if top row is cargo, the hidden cargo bay, then this must be our sensors that will unlock. Makes sense. Which I can't wait to see what that actually improves. Maybe that's what I'm wanting. Maybe the sensors are what tells me when trucks are going to hit me. Maybe that will give me a radar that I can see like if someone's right next to me or underneath me or right above me at the last second. I'm hoping that's what sensors do, but we've got a few Moon Baby missions before we can get that one. And we got to get Zone 3, it looks like, before we can get this mission for Moon Baby anyways. Unless this one's still in safe zones. It might be still in safe zones, but we'll see. Because I don't know if them lining up with the zones tells you kind of what they're capable of or what potentials they may have. Don't know. But that is interesting, though. Oh, before I save it one more time, let's do our skill points. I haven't done these. Actually, I can cheat the system a bit. What type of jobs is this? This is a perishable job, a long distance job, and a multi-trailer job. So if we want to make the most money, we should upgrade perishable to level 2 and long distance to level 2, and that'll actually make me more money. I don't know if it'll go up retroactively. I think once you've accepted the job, it probably stays the same. But that seems to be the things I carry the most. And upgrading long distance is my main thing. So, and this will also unlock oversized jobs doing this as well. So we now have oversized jobs if we want them, which that's like meteors and stuff. We should unlock this skill point. Ooh, another suit upgrade would be good. Do I care about that over upgrading perishables to level 2 to see if it maxes? Let's see if the job got more. Let's see if that made the job more. It did retroactively increase it. Never mind. We're upgrading this too then. Now, how much is it going to pay me now? It's almost going to be 7,000. Oh, yeah, we're good now. We're now at that point. We're at that point where after this job, I don't think I'm going to be hating on money anymore. I could get 2 filters easily after this job in one go. I'll take that. In one go. All right. Well, with that upgrade, I'm going to quickly save it again. By the way, they added a photo mode in the pause menu. Oh, did they? Oh, triangle. Oh, wow. You can be inside or outside the truck. That's really cool. Let's rotate. Roll. Oh, it's the same ones. It rotates a lot faster than the truck does, though. That's cool. Aperture, contrast, exposure, vignette, chromatic aberration. That's cool. Wow, this is really dope. How do I get rid of the UI triangle? I want to take a picture of this, and this is gonna be my new. This is gonna be my new background on PlayStation for a little bit. I've had my Gundam as my background for so long. Let's make it our Star Truck. So hide UI. Wait, what's the button to take the picture? X. And boom. All right, beautiful. Wait, is that only to share it? Does that not save it? I'll send it to Guardian Core, just in case. Picture of my truck. Don't know if it lets you save it, though, is the problem. Doesn't look like it. Don't know if that actually saved, but... Alright, exit the main menu. Yes. Because we saved it with our new skill points. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. That was a productive run. Compared to yesterday's episode, it started to be productive at the end. That whole episode was a roll down money streak. Oh, use the PS button. You're right. Hold on, let me do that. Let me load back in real quick, chat. Good point, Tam King. Forgot about that. That is a good point. I could just do that. Let's take the same photo. Kind of want it from this angle, though. Where we can kind of see the truck and stuff like that. Hide UI. There we go. That should be good. I forgot that there's two different big button presses. That's just for me sharing content with everyone and sharing pictures of my truck. But that's cool. All right, cool. Now we're good. But I'm gonna use it as the background. As for my PlayStation XMB, change it up from Alex for a while. He's been on there too long, and I absolutely love this game. And this truck's my baby now, like my ATS truck. But that's not on console. Let's see, nice. It looks good. I do like these colors. It's got a little bit of Guardian Core purple, even though black would be closer to Wayland mixture. But got that Wayland goldish yellow with some silver overtone to the chrome and the chassis and stuff. Pretty good. Definitely like this setup. We'll probably change our hood ornament to match. I'll do that off camera. I'll change the hood ornament to match a more Wayland-looking logo. We'll see if there's any, like, W's or something. Something that looks kind of like a W to put on the front of the truck. But I'm on the store looking at the ratings. Some sick bastard gave this game a 1 star. Probably crashed all the time. Didn't know how to fly. People do that for some reason. It's like, and this is my issue with a lot of those reviews, that when people do something like that, that's clearly someone who doesn't play simulators, just bought this game thinking this game was something that they would understand how to play. If you haven't played previous simulators, you're gonna have a harder time with this game. Just because it's a space truck game, don't make it easy. Now, there is a setting. Maybe they didn't know how to do that either. There is settings you can turn off to make it less cruel. Meaning like turning off damage, or making it where there's no repairs required and battery changes, just driving. There's all kinds of settings for this game for different levels of players, but I imagine that was someone who literally has never played a simulator in their life, not even once. And they just went down the middle difficulty, not understanding what they were in for, and they just could not make it work. It just got real mad. So it happens though, but I do think that if you don't play this genre a lot, or any genre, as a matter of fact, a lot, I do think that giving reviews may be a little bit skewed for that as a person. That's just my opinion. I'm not against anyone saying what they want to say about a game, or anything, but I still think as far as it is just me personally. I think that we've gotten to a point in this society where there are just certain things that if you're just not experienced enough to give an opinion / what's it called towards that subject, or a review in this case, I just think you should just leave it. It's and it's nothing against anyone or specifically or anything like that, but I do think that the opposite spectrum has occurred in our society in today's time, where we're just allowed this, even when it's not accurate, or we're just using our own bias to ruin something, we just give it something bad just to give it something bad, just to say it's bad, right? A lot of that's going on in politics right now, that's all I'll say. Just trying to pretend it's bad because you think it's bad, but no one else in the world thinks it's bad. But that was a reference to certain politicians that are in a certain state right now. And it's but it's the same mentality. It's that being too privileged to the point of you think that just because you exist, you are experienced enough or in the right to say such and such. And in video game standpoints, giving a 1-star on a game that's from a genre that clearly that person probably did not ever play and thinks that they're still able to give a review. I do think it's a double-edged sword in a lot of ways. So, well, I saw a fight. I cannot decide who wins. The Star League from Battletech versus the Imperium. See, that I like a lot better. I like that fight a lot better. That fight makes more sense. Plus, the Battletech mechs are closer to actual Imperium mechs. I still think the Imperium is still larger, because the problem with why anything 40k wins half the time is just scaling. But I think that's a lot more fair. I do think in realistic terms, they would at least have a lot more better chance. Because their size makes sense. And they're pretty much, I wouldn't say unified, but let's say Comstar went to the other houses and told them that there's this big multi-dimensional threat coming from another dimension that's from the Imperium. But, I could see them unifying for that. And that's the difference I had with Star Wars. That's why the Galactic Empire doesn't stand a candle. Because it's not an actual unified empire. All those planets and galactic systems they have hate their ass. But that's a different story when it comes to Comstar. They don't hate them, but they don't love them. But here's what makes it dangerous. They're complacent and compliant enough from the other houses in the inner sphere, and this is not including, let's say we included clans too, right? The clans eventually started bowing the knee to Comstar as well. So, if Comstar is the lead person leading the charge, to unify all the houses, all the clans that eventually joined with the houses and became their own houses later on. I legit think that they could have a good chance at that. The only thing that would really screw them over is elementals are good and powerful and have good guns, but I think the maneuverability and the strength of a space marine that's kind of basically an elemental would still be better. That's where the Imperium would still be better, is I think ground forces. I think ground forces overall would be stronger for the Imperium, but the mechs would be about even, especially late Comstar, once again, post-clan invasion. So if the clans and the Inner Sphere are together and they're developing things together, the sizes that those mechs got were stupid. They're basically like the original Titan mechs of ancient Comstar, or the League, right? It was called the League, right? When the League was still together. So when Comstar unites all of that, that's essentially what it's becoming League 2.0. So at that strength level, it's definitely capable of fighting the Imperium. At least the Imperium by itself. So that's pretty good. Star League Vulcans would kill them all and not even show any emotions while doing it. Well, the Vulcans probably wouldn't even fight them, to be fair. To be fair, as logical as the Vulcans are, they probably would work with the Star League. The Elementals aren't the only battle armor that can kill Space Marines. Well, kill's a strong word. They may have the weapons to kill them, but they don't have. Some of them don't have the maneuverability. I still think overall there's just too many Space Marines when it comes to ground. I can't legitimately give the ground game at all to the Star League. I do not think the Star League could ever win on the ground against the Imperium fully. They would have to win that battle through pure ship-to-ship battle and mech-to-mech, meaning drop tons of battle mechs. But here's the thing, they wouldn't need to really do ground forces either. Star League wouldn't resort to that. It would resort to mechs only. It would go, I mean, they can mass produce it like out the ass. That's where I think the difference between them and the Imperium actually is. And that's where I think Star League wins. That's where their point comes in on their side, that the Imperium doesn't even stand a freaking chance. And I don't mean combat-wise, I mean just the amount of mechs. The amount of mechs the Star League could drop on a single Imperium world would be staggering. Like it literally would be like Persian levels of they can blot out the sun. So they wouldn't really resort to infantry anyways. They wouldn't even resort to infantry anyways. So that's why I don't think infantry would really matter at the end of the day. It'd come down to big boy battles. You see, if they were a threat, logic would say, take them out. Vulcans ain't pacifists. I mean, they're not. Because if they were, they wouldn't have done what they did to the Andorians. It was the Andorians, right? What's his name's? Sharan's people. I think it was the Andorians. That is true. But I don't know. I mean, either way, I don't think the Vulcans also would have enough logistics to kill the Star League either. The Star League would just obliterate their planet. You gotta understand how powerful the Star League is, Tam King, in Battle Mech, or in the Battle Mech universe. It's pretty stupid. Especially when it's unified. Separated, it's weaker. Like when it's all the houses and Comstar as their own thing separately, it is weaker in that fashion. But most of them politically, it's kind of like how you and I surmised in certain things politically in real life. To be fair, the Star League never fully died. And the reason why I say this, even though it may have been abolished as a faction, technically Comstar, with the way it runs its systems, and with the way it communicates with the houses, they may have problems with each other, but here's the thing. They don't fight each other with main military and waste their resources. They just use mercenaries. That's how much money they also all have. All the houses and stuff. If you can have the money to just throw money at the wall for random mercenaries to do your dirty work 100% of the time, and not have to use any of your core military until like actual core system wars break out. It's absolutely dumb. Yeah, they foofed with the Andorians big time. But that's what I was also talking about. I also want to that's why I iterated. Farseer's talking about the Star League from Battletech or Battlemech universe or Battlemech the universe. So they're an absolutely scary faction. Let's see, Battletech Star League, yeah. And then Farseer said the elemental. Okay, I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. But I do think overall, there is I'll say 60-40. I think there's a 60% chance Star League wins that battle. There is things that the Imperium could do to stop them and create issues for them. But they'd have to realize what that is real fast. And it's not fighting on the planets necessarily. It's stopping them in space. Because here's the thing I think in reverse that the Imperium still has better. I still, to this day, other than Zeely and all those kinds of species who are overpowered as hell, I think, to me, the Imperium, when it comes to sci-fi universes, has the best ships in all of existence. Bar stupid ones that are just overpowered as plot armor ridiculousness, like Zeely and all them from that universe. And it's like from that other universe me and Farseer were talking about yesterday. Other than that exempt from that rule and some others from those types, I do think the Imperium is the strongest ship-based faction outside of their universe to anything else ever. Their ships are just broken as shit. And it's like, so that's where I think they'd have to win. That's why I gave them 40% instead of 50-50. Their battle would hinge, or their victory would hinge on the 10% that they have, but they're outweighing, but it's also matched by the 20%, or the 10% that's also overwhelmingly big on the other side that could easily win on the surface. So it's give and take. So I have to give Star League, but Star League also has logistics over them too. So that's why I'm giving it 60-40. I'd say 50-50 if it weren't for the logistics problem. Because then I'd say it would go either way depending on who attacked where, when, and la. But because there's also a logistics advantage going on for the Star League compared to the Imperium, 60-40 in favor of Star League. So, I don't know, put an Imperium warship against an SBY with wave motion cannon. We won't see that ship. Yeah, but that's SBY. Plus, once again, SBY is I don't count that one because it's not for the same reason the Zeely is. It's not necessarily overpoweredness. It's more of their weapons defy what true sci-fi logic is. Even the Zeely, is so broken as they are, technically answer to sci-fi actual legitimate logic. Meaning what they do makes sense for what they learn and the advancedness of their species. But SBY is kind of like this game is, like Star Trekker. It's taking something really old and changing it into a sci-fi reality. But then because it's doing this, certain things are completely ignored. So I'll give an example for this game, using this game as an example. When we stop hitting the accelerator in the truck actually naturally slows down. Where in real life space, that doesn't happen. Unless you're in like a gravity well or something. So you see what I'm kind of getting at. It's not necessarily that they're broken, and I do think out of all the more sillier universes, I do think, no offense, I don't think those wave cannons would do as much as you think to the Imperium ships. Just because I don't think that they'd be able to hurt warp shielding. Because that's another big factor into why the Imperium ships are better. At least versus most units. They have shields. It's kind of like Star Trek vessels. Star Trek vessels also have shields, giving them an advantage over most sci-fi universes, except for a few, once again. Now, I will say Star Trek would probably get obliterated by SBY. Like, I think SBY would hand Star Trek its ass. But that's because I do think the wave cannons would work on regular Starfleet vessel shields. Because they're based on a normal type of energy. It's not magic, crazy, chaos energy. It's based on actual dilithium crystal infusement energy type thing. And because that's a physical type real life energy, or could be a real life energy hypothetically somewhere even in real galaxy, that shit would get absolutely screwed by the SBY guns. Because a real life type shielding would not hold up against a sci-fi like fake gun. Something that's not adhering to the rules. So, absolutely destroy them. Pretty easy to pin warp ships because seemingly anything can damage them nowadays. Yes, but once again, you're going off of too much modern lore, Farseer. I don't accept that lore. I don't. That's not the Imperium. You're basing that on bullshit writers. The actual lore does not state that. And what I mean by actual lore, not some story that happened that said they got penetrated by a rock the size of a grapefruit. No. I do not accept that. The Imperium is the strongest faction in all of sci-fi except for certain ones. That's why I did 60-40, because they could easily still win in space. And if the Imperium figures this out fast enough, the Star League has no competition. And they will lose that. But that's if the Imperium could figure it out fast enough. Because that's another thing. They can attack multiple worlds, the Star League, as well. Because of that logistical advantage. Which is why, once again, 60-40. Because they could hit multiple fronts at once. With how big they can be. And how many mech ships and drop ships they can deploy. And also fighting ships. So, I do think they'll have more ships in the Imperium, but this might not matter much. As far as like battleships are concerned, and frigates and cruisers and things like that. I do think they'd put out more of them and have more of them in the war, but it's kind of like the Zaku thing, kind of using that as an example, but not as extreme. They may have more of them, but one Imperium ship could probably kill hundreds of them. So, it's like, especially depending on which ship we're talking about in the Imperium. Solar flares can take them offline in old lore. That makes sense. The solar flare is pretty powerful. I could see that maybe damaging a warp shield because of how powerful they are. But the wave cannons aren't that strong in SBY. They're not equivalent to no solar flare. They're powerful, but they're not that powerful. So they wouldn't breach the warp shielding. So, I think scaling-wise, they'd be kind of similar. SBY and with the SBY side and Warhammer Imperium. Like size ships-wise versus battleships and stuff like that. I think they'd be pretty similar there. That's the only difference between there. With SBYs would have better size cooperation towards fighting in space. I actually do think, though, overall, SBY would put up a better fight. And maybe even kill quite a decent amount of Imperium ships overall during the war, compared to, like, Star League. Like I said, I think that Star League would have to win their battle, which is why it's a 60-40, primarily on the ground. And primarily just overwhelm the Imperium planets with stuff they can't defend against because it's just too much. So. See, no, that was not recent. No, that makes sense. Some shields are like that. But arguably, even though that's not being recent, I can't. Here's the problem I have with this. This is also with any Warhammer in general when it comes to these kinds of things. You got to remember that also Warhammer lore, and this is a big thing people have to remember too. And you probably know this, Farseer, but this is for everyone else's iteration of the confusion that happens with a lot of this. A lot of these stories are individual stories, meaning they're written by completely different writers every time. So the problem that comes with this issue is that you don't get continuity. And so because a writer wants to give an advantage to something else for that battle, and this is also an issue I think that's been a problem with Warhammer for a very long time, not even recently, like for a very long time. I think a lot of the writing issue also comes on top of they try to make these factions too good against each other all at once, and then they have to backtrack and backtail the other direction so hard it doesn't make sense. So I do think that there's a lot of that problems that come into play because once again, when you have too many cooks in the kitchen, there's no true continuity. So here's the way you want to base it, and here's how you know how powerful the Imperium is or not. You can't base it off of individual incidents. You have to base it off of like overall what battles they've won, the scaling of their power scale in real like megatons, things like that. And I've looked up a video that breaks that stuff down, based on what we see them do, not what happens to them necessarily. Because there are instances where stuff like that happens. I'm gonna hearken that up. I'm gonna hearken that to just writer stupidity. Because not even a Starfleet vessel could you do that to. And think about how much weaker a Starfleet vessel is than an Imperium vessel. These are how you find true scales on what's truly actually accurate or a writer blowing air out its ass. So it's like blowing air out their ass. It's like, so I'll use Star Trek as a rough example since Star Trek would be heavily weaker than the Imperium. If a torpedo can't go slow enough to go through a basic bitch warp, a basic bitch Star Trek shield, and I'm calling it that just to make the point. It's not technically that bad of a shield, but compared to Imperium warp shielding, you know, it's basic bitch. So if in another sci-fi reality, and this is how you make your comparisons efficiently, if in another sci-fi reality this doesn't make sense on something that's guaranteed and considered by all the populace and all the general fans everywhere to be weaker than this, then that's BS. That torpedo even did that. There's no such thing as you go slow, the shield just doesn't see you. Because in theory, the way warp shielding works and the way Star Trek shielding works is it creates a bubble that is a solid bubble. You just don't see it. So there's not like going 2 miles an hour. Think of it like this. This is common sense logic to show you that Ryder was an idiot as well, even in older lore. Because think about this. Do you think that I'll use a real ship as an example. Do you think that slowing a torpedo down automatically thinks it's going to ignore the hull and go through the hull and hit the inside of the ship? Does that sound like that makes sense? It's like, no. It's like, once again, these are just poor writers. See, can't really do that because of Matt Ward ultramarine favoritism skewed up the numbers. But once again, that doesn't matter. One person's opinion on it doesn't matter. It's the grand scaling of it. And multiple people agree, or majority of the population that's Warhammer fans agree that the Imperium is the end-all, end-all of most sci-fi universes that are fighting against it in any of these versus battles. Only someone who Only someone who's truly like, here's a good person you need to do reviews, and this is why you do people. You watch people who aren't full fans of either series. You want someone who's not biased to either. Someone who's more like they don't really care about the Imperium, but they also don't really care about SBY or whatever it's being compared to. They'll give you a more true, accurate representation of this, and they'll also break down the numbers better. But like I said, I do think this Space Marine border torpedoes bypass Chaos ship boarding torpedoes. But that's what I'm saying. But even that is an argument towards just plot armor. Technically, those should slam into the warp shield too. Technically, no ship should be boardable if it has a shield at all. If a ship theoretically in sci-fi has a shield at all, it is not breachable until that shield is gone. So realistically, in real life fights, this is also why I don't like Warhammer space fights, because to me they're boring as shit. And the reason why they are is because the writers keep writing these 2-minute long battles, basically. Like as if this is how long the battle would have taken in space. No. Some of those battles would probably lasted freaking days. In the real scaling of what their power would be closer akin to as a sci-fi species. Especially Chaos versus Imperium. Since they're both basically the same thing, just one's evil, one's good. So if they were fighting each other directly, since they use about the same ships essentially, that fight would be. It'd take probably up to days to weeks to finish that battle, depending on how many ships are involved, and everything else is playing into that. Commanders, different things like that. But realistically, in a real fight between an Imperium and Chaos ship, if either one of them wanted to board the other one, they would need to wound the shields first. And then they'd be able to join. Then they would be able to board, and boom, boom, done. This happened so many times that it became standard. Well, here's the thing too. Here's another issue. It could be. It might not be that that the writer is assuming, unless they wrote it out specifically that it avoided the shields. Unless they state that out loud. You know what it also could be in some cases? It could be just the writer just being lazy and not covering the in-between things. Like, they didn't write out the whole battle, if you get what I mean. Like, let's put it this way. Basically, the writer, in this case, is under the assumption that the shields are already down. But they didn't tell you as the consumer that. Which is still lazy writing, by the way. But at least that would harken to making more sense, because there's so many writers in the drawing den, aka kitchen. Since too many voices and too many different types of stories being written from different people. The issue could be that they're also just not wanting to write out the whole fight, and they're just pretending that you're assuming that the shields are down, which is not good writing. But hey, you should definitely need to state that if you're going to write something like that out, if that's the case. Now, if they specifically stated that the torpedo or the boarding torpedo just avoided the shield somehow and said that out in words just like I just said, then that's just plot armor BS. Because there is a difference. There's plot armor BS writing, and then there's just lazy writing. You just didn't care to explain to the person reading the story that the shields had already been destroyed. Because that could be very the case. Because a lot of stories that you see in Warhammer happen in the middle of an already going on battle, meaning a battle that's already happening. So you could come into the assumption that maybe that ship has just taken so much damage that it's now viable that Marines can land on it and attack it. So either of those could be true. So not neither of them are really great choices. If you're a really good writer, you should always pay attention to those types of things on either versions of that spectrum. But that being said, it could be either. So I have more examples involving Tau battle suits bypass the shields and slice through the hull of the battle barge, but the whole fight was just BS. I mean, once again, if it's stating it out loud, certain things, then yes, then you chalk that up to plot armor BS. If the writer is stating that the shields are still up and that they're just somehow navigating around a bubble encasing an entire vessel magically, then yeah, that's plot armor. That's plot armor at that moment. But to be fair though, there's so many examples of both versions of this in Warhammer. Versus, like, some of them are plot armor. There's just as many of those, but there's also just as many writers who just wrote up a scene in the middle of a pre-existing battle, had the scene happen, but didn't give any context. Like, any context of what was going on before that scene. So that's also can produce the same results. That confuses the viewer or reader. That how were they able to just do that? Was the shield down? Was something happening? So but Tau ships couldn't take it down. Yet these okay, well if they said that, then yeah, that's plot armor. Yes, because somehow, okay, wow. You see, that logic just doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. They're firing weaponry at it, firing shit at the shield. The shield's not going down, but the shield's eating it. So that means the shield is physically there, like it's supposed to be during this instance, to show you that is plot armor. So think about that from logic perspective. So the weapons they're shooting at it are stopping on the shield for some reason. But yet, a battle suit just ambling on through doesn't stop on the shield. And here's another thing. I have a way I could probably explain how that could happen. But unless the writer puts it in there, I'm not giving free handouts. Because that's, like I said, it's lazy writing. And I'm not going to write stuff for people when it comes to that kind of stuff. That's not my job. If someone hired me to do it, then I'd fix it and make it make more sense. Even within Imperium terms and Warhammer terms. Because there is something you could hypothetically do that might make sense to do that. But then again, if you could do that, here's where the common sense kills it again. This is why when you're a terrible writer, redundancies start to pop up everywhere. Because let's say, okay, I'll give you an exempt to what this could do, but then it's going to break itself again, and I'll tell you why. Okay, so there's probably a way, hypothetically in that universe, because the warp exists, to polarize your hull, is what it's called. Polarizing your hull will create an adverse energy effect around whatever the vehicle is, almost like an anti-shield bubble. Like it's creating a shield bubble around you, but it's an anti one. Kind of like antimatter to matter, right? Or negative to positive energy, essentially. So if the regular shield is positive, your polarization is negative. So if you do this, because Star Trek has proven this, and this is a legitimate hypothetical theory in real life, if you do this, you might, it's not guaranteed, but you might be able to probably pass through the shield undetected, unhinged, and it will not stop you. However, you know what breaks this logic? Well, if the Tau are able to do this, why do they not just do this with their guns and just fire physical rounds at them that are polarized to the opposite energy? So you see what kills the logic again? Redundancies will come up everywhere when you get too overbloated with your story and you don't make things make sense. This is also why Warhammer is notorious for having problems for being compared to anything, because there's just too many redundancies. The moment you try to break it down to anything, or maybe even give it pure logic, it doesn't work because something else somewhere else breaks immediately. So, but my final examples is Orc on motorcycle drove through a Titan's shield and slammed into the cockpit. See, and that's where the logic also disappears. Are we gonna say that orcs know how to do this? Once again, polarization, right? But are we gonna say that orcs know how to polarize their hull? Also, it would have killed the driver. Where is it an open motorcycle? Like, is it an open orc motorcycle? If so, then yes. Even if the bike itself could get through the shield, the orc would not. The orc riding it, and since orc vehicles are powered by orcs, he'd get disintegrated, and the bike would just fall out of the sky. If it's a flying one. It's very strange to see that in Warhammer, but like I said, that's those redundancies kicking in, because the writers have gotten way too over-convoluted with their story. I do think at some point, even though a lot of Warhammer fans probably don't want to hear this out loud, I do think at some point Warhammer is going to have a lot of issues. This is also why I think they're producing more video games all of a sudden. I think they're already starting to see that. They're just not saying it out loud. If I really did my research and started looking at Warhammer's numbers, it may not be high when it comes to what I'm about to say, compared to like other companies that are losing money on certain things right now. But I bet you they're starting to lose profit, is what it is. I bet you less and less people are getting into Warhammer. And the reason why it is, it's not as entertaining anymore. They're too lazy with their writing. They're not coming up with better ways to promote their models. They're favoritizing too many factions at one time during certain time periods, which is causing imbalances across the tabletop board, which is why less and less people are playing tabletop now, without making up their own rules. Like, the canon rules are getting played less and less and less and less and less, because there's certain factions that are getting to abuse these rules, but still be legal, where other factions don't. And that happens in a lot of things, video games and other things, when it comes to being a multiplayer, multi-person game. But I do foresee a point that Warhammer's gonna have to lock it down. I think they're gonna have to do like a lot of these bigger game companies are gonna do, and they're gonna have to shrink their company. Like, they're gonna have to cut the bloat. They're gonna have to downsize like hell, because they're hiring too many clearly intern writers who don't know what they're doing, wasting their money there, and probably many other things if I look deep, just like a video game company does, just like EA did for a while, and a lot of the other big companies. And then they wonder why these smaller companies are making more money than them now. Well, it's because they're not paying like 75% of their profit they made back to what they did to all their overbloated employees. And it's the same difference. Any business has to realize this. And I blame COVID for this too a little bit. I do think COVID had a bit of play into this. I think a lot of companies started interning and outsourcing too much during COVID, and they never went back on it, not realizing it wasn't sustainable for long periods. It was only good to do it during when the pandemic happened. A literal red bike. Oh, okay, so just a bike. Okay. Well, see, that's still my point, though. The bike would just die because the bike would be fine, but the orc wouldn't be. Like, you could argue that maybe the bike got polarized, and there's some other things the orcs have in their biology. Once again, I could make sense, but why have the writers not added all this stuff in to help with all these redundancies and make the story make sense and make the story more exciting? If they did this, I do think they could pull more people back in. I think more people would be more interested in Warhammer again. Plus the exuberant prices, and that's another thing. How expensive it is, I think this is also what's probably losing the money as well when it comes to Warhammer. I think that the prices of the models are finally catching up with them. And it's because 3D printing is the thing now. No one's going to pay those prices when they know 3D printing exists And you as a company should be doing this, making it cheaper. Meaning the models should not cost that much at all. $200 for barely 10 to 15 models. $200 for 15 little models. And that's not a full set. That's not a full battle. Unless you're going to do like Space Hulk or something like that uses smaller squads. Or was it Def Squad? What was it? The Kill Team. Kill Team. That's what I was thinking about too. Or Kill Team, unless you're playing Kill Team. Smaller squads don't work. They only work for 2 of the Warhammer games on tabletop. The rest, that's not enough. You need at least 30. You need at least 30 individual units. And that's going to sport you up to $500, almost $700. You see what's happening there? Who's going to pay that when you could just make it yourself? Or just don't buy them and just don't play Warhammer anymore tabletop. Because that's the thing. People need to do that, and I do think the tabletop buyers need to. I know they have more money than the average person, because most people who do play the Warhammer game are a little bit more well endowed when it comes to financially. But even they're starting not to be able to afford it, and that says a lot. When even the more closer to 1% market that you are attaining to starts to say they can't even afford it, maybe you should stop being a dumbass. But that's what most of these companies do. They do it until it screws them over, and then they bitch and moan and wonder why everyone else is not buying. Oh, you don't have infinite money to buy $700 worth of models all the time? If I had $700, it'd be going to my van, not some freaking tabletop models. It'd be going to my vehicle and things I can actually use. And that's where I think that Warhammer's eventually going to die. That's also, once again, why I think they're doing video games more now than they ever used to. I think they're seeing that number and know it's happening, but they just refuse to lower their prices on the models. They're trying to avoid it as much as they can to see if they don't have to. But they're going to have to eventually, no matter what. Even with more video games being made, because not all those video games will be successful. So even with more being made en masse, it still won't make up for how much they're probably starting to lose in the tabletop. It's just not sustainable. Also, another thing that's missing that they would make a lot of money off of, that would bring some of that budget back in, that you could charge cheaper prices for the models, and I've said this a billion times, a fully digital version of the tabletop actual gameplay that you do at the shop, or when you go to one of the places to play Warhammer on physically. If they can ever create a game that properly 1-to-1 represents how many units can be put out, squads and everything, 1-to-1 to a digital version of this game, kind of like Magic the Gathering did with Arena, I think that would be a good save. I think that specifically would help them quite a lot. But until they wise up and lose more money, I don't think they're going to do it yet. I don't think they've lost quite enough yet. The number's not quite going down fast enough, I don't think, yet from what I've looked up. So, soon though, if it keeps up at this current pace, it won't be long before it will start to cascade pretty fast, and they will have to make that change or something else pretty promptly. See, Avatar of Cain is being cooked to death despite not breathing oxygen. Wow. Okay, weird. By the way, most weapons on Imperium ships are loaded manually by well, there's a crane. Technically it's servitors, which that is what you said. I'm just going to call it what they call it, servitors. Technically, servitors do all that, but even then, there is a crane. You realize those bullets are too big for real normal people to load, right? It would be, now someone probably is running the crane manually, but it definitely is they would definitely be loaded by crane. I mean, we saw this kind of in the Space Marine game when if you look out in the background when you're inside the ship, you actually do see the crane sometimes carrying around bullets the size of ships, small ships. And it's like, yo. But yeah. I mean, it is still manually loaded per se, but it's done by machinery controlled by a servitor. But you are correct. Then again, there ain't much automation in most sci-fi universes, depending on where we are. The only one I think that's automated is that off the top of my head, besides the big boys, I don't know enough about SBY. I don't remember if they do. I don't think they do. Well, no, maybe, because some battleships in real life had autoloaders. So maybe. SBY probably has one too. But I know Star Trek has auto-loading. SBY probably has auto-loading. Like, no crane. It's like completely robot. It's not even just cranes. It's a robot doing everything. Meaning, like, loaded into the tube, primed, blah, blah, blah. I do think that's the case for that one. I think SBY has auto-loaders, just because real-life battleships had those. So why would the space version not have it? I'm just doing that by assumption. I actually don't know if that's true or not. But by assumption alone, I can assume they do. On that one. It'd be kind of weird for the sci-fi version to have less equipment than the real-life version. But yeah. Yeah, they also have drone ships. That is true. I do remember that. But yeah. But if they have that, that kind of almost guarantees that they probably have autoloaders all over those ships. But yeah. I will give the Imperium that their guns are slower. But they also have a lot more guns on average, other than SBY. I think SBY is the only one who's kind of matching them in that. But SBY has more point defense guns rather than main guns. Like, Imperium has a lot of main guns. Like, a lot of big boy guns. Especially the bigger the ship, the more guns it's got. And if it's I forget, there's a certain class that has all the guns on it, right? It also depends on the class. It's been so long since we played that spaceship game, the Warhammer one, that I kind of forgot. Like, I kind of forgot, like, which ships have what. But also, Space Marine armor can be hacked and disabled now. That's sad. I mean, if it were Necrons, I'd accept that, but maybe Tau. Tau are ridiculous when it comes to espionage type things. Eldar, that's pushing it. It's like, I would say, I don't see the Eldar being able to do that. Necrons, yes. Tau, yes. Technically, Chaos, probably. Just because they would be from previous versions of the Imperium, so they might know the systems anyways. So, but that's at least somewhat believable, but I don't think all factions could do that to them. Or at least in real life. Easily. So, that's sad. It's sad to hear, though. It does feel like they're trying to weaken the universe, but they're doing it in the wrong way. They're doing it by just forcing it down instead of trying to gradually make it make sense and stagger it out. Because they shouldn't make it weaker. They need to stop doing that too. They need to stop making the Warhammer universe weaker and just put it on an even slope. Meaning, don't make it stronger, but don't make it weaker either. If they can put it on an even slope, I think that game would also have a lot less problems. Or not game, franchise and IP. And their tabletop would balance out better again for certain things. So, And it's like I said, it's a weird dynamic with Warhammer, but till that money drops further, it's not going to change. They're going to keep doing that stupidity until that number starts to get too high for their own liking that it's dropping by. So, because I hardly see anyone at my for games anymore at the places I go, and there's not as much hostings on Discord and the main sites that I go to for each of these different shops that hold these games. Not a lot of games are starting to happen anywhere anymore. Like I said, it's getting harder and harder to not only afford those models, but be able to go and play them sometimes. Because that's another thing with how expensive the models are. You have to go and drive somewhere to play the game, right? You have to drive all the way to your local shop, whatever it is, wherever it may be, and during a game meetup, and play then. So that's also gas money, on top of the ridiculous prices the models are worth. So I can see why people are getting out of it pretty fast. It's because it's just not viable. It's not. They're asking way too much. It's like the video game industry thinking that going up on this price range with its games is a legitimate choice, instead of looking at their own internal systems and company and realizing we're not the problem, you are. No offense. No offense to these companies. Like, the consumer isn't the problem, the companies are. And it's like if they can't be smart enough to understand these basic business rules. These are rules that are taught in basic business classes and courses in college. That these dudes don't even abide by. And then they want to bitch at the consumer for not making enough money when they don't even know how to run a business, clearly, because they are ignoring the basic bitch rules of a newbie would know, and they're supposed to be professional CEOs over years. It's like, but, you know, never piss off a tech priest. That's true. The Mechanicus would also be good hackers. Forgot about them. Those three would be the major hackers in the game. Tau, Mechanicus, Necron. Never piss off a tech priest. Chaos Space Marine had that happen to him fighting the orcs. What, got hacked? By an orc? Oh, these writers. Oh, these writers. If you're gonna make that happen, at least choose a species that it makes sense with. Dear Lord. This is the stuff that maddens me in story designing. This is why I can't stand most story writing. Because I've gotten so good at it now and learned so much about how you write good stories. When I hear stuff like that, it just makes me sad as hell. Because I'm like, what is that laziness? It's like I said, between the pandemic and many other things that happened, I think our species, especially here in my country where I live, here in the U.S., got way too complacent and way too lazy. For a little bit, we were down for too long, and we forgot that you're supposed to have work ethic and actually want to do your job in order to actually make it work and make real money. Somehow this was forgotten. But it's only a matter of time before those in charge who have bled into that stupidity will be removed eventually, replaced, and someone who does have better business ethics will jump in. So, let's see, check out a game called Parkside. It's a city builder. Oh, I've heard about that game. It's a city builder much like Frostpunk, but you build a massive tree. Tree? Okay, maybe that's not the game I thought it was. I thought Parkside was like you build like a theme park city. Interesting. So that's a different one. Oh, Dark Switch is the name. Oh, I mistook it for a different game. Okay. Oh, Dark Switch is the name. Yeah, because Parkside, I think, is a different game. But Dark Switch, that sounds good. I'll check it out. You said you build a tree that you have to build upwards, so kind of like building basically tall cities, to try to conserve on space. That's cool. Looks really good. I think it's only on PC though. I wonder if it's on Next Fest, which, by the way, I'm going to be checking that out tonight because I want to have. If it's not ending by tomorrow, I've missed out on most of it, so it might be over almost. To be fair, actually, Farseer, do you know when it ends? Since you're on PC, before you go. Also, let me read what Farseer said about when she said bye. Well, bye, Art9. Yes, the Necrons have easily tapped into the Imperium communications without them knowing and going to drop even EMPs. And that makes sense. Once again, that's Necrons. They are a pure machine species. It'd be almost dishonorable not to give them that ability. Anything machine-based should easily be able to do that. They have the fastest, most quickest, like, intelligent type of brain and calculations they can make over any biological organism. So they should easily out-hack most things. Most. There are some exemptions to this rule, with some humans who are genius enough to fight it and to go back against that. But overall, machine usually wins that. But I'll have to check it out. But at Farseer, if you're still here, is the Steam Next Fest going on still? And if so, how many days are left? And if you've already left, I'll check it out after, on my own, see what I've got, what we're working with. Because if it goes into next week at least somewhat, it only has to go at least to Tuesday. And we might check out some Steam Next Fest stuff this coming week. I haven't got around to trying it yet because I've been so busy. It's been kind of hard to do that. I think it's either in early access or demo as folks are playing it. Then it must be on Steam Next Fest. I know the Next Fest isn't over yet, but I don't know if it ends tomorrow or sometime this coming week. I'm on Steam. What am I looking up? How long the Steam Next Fest has left. Or if it's not over already. It could have ended today. Or will be ending today, to be fair. Could be. I want to see if the Next Fest is still going on. So I can, see if June 16th. What is today's date? Let me look at my calendar, my thing. 2 more days. It ends Monday. Shit. Does it say what time? We might have to make an exempt to tomorrow for one time. I normally don't stream on Sundays. I don't like to do that for my new rule personally, and what I'm trying to get back into and make sure I follow it properly in my head, at least to get me in the right place. But since we'll be doing it for the hell of it and for fun, I could probably justify that. I wouldn't consider that a job episode. That'd be a chill episode just for us to all enjoy Sunday. I could probably do that, as long as we're not trying to play hardcore and trying to stress myself out, because then it'll be basically like a job, and then then at that point it crosses the line, because I'm supposed to be resting. So I think we might have to make an exempt to this rule to make sure we get something out of the Steam Next Fest. See, Tam King knows what I'm talking about. But I also see it as a proper day of rest anyways, and I always wanted one, because that's something I don't do enough on YouTube, is you can really burn yourself out when you don't give yourself a day off, guaranteed every week. But I ended up making it Sunday because it also plays into what Tam King said. But, and my belief in my faith. But I think I can make an exempt on that one, because unlike this game, that would be more for us to all just have something to do and kind of chill with each other and kind of vibe and just have a cool, relaxing little stream day. Because I don't think I'm going anywhere tomorrow unless I go to. At worst, I'm going to go to church, but since Mom's not going to be able to go because she's contagious right now, there's a lot of older people in our church. She doesn't want to get anybody sick. She's either going to drop me off for it tomorrow. I'll play it by ear. I'm not sure if I'm going in the morning. I don't know if it would be really worth it to waste gas for me to just go by myself when we're barely running with any money right now. I might just do my own kind of reading and fellowship here on my own for tomorrow. And we won't start the stream till about probably 1:30, 2 o'clock. Unless Mom decides she wants to go somewhere tomorrow, like just personally. We won't be starting till 1:30, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock definitely if I do end up physically going to church. But we'll see. Either way. We'll see how it works out. But we're definitely going to wrap it up so we don't talk too long. Look up Dark Switch Farseer. Is there a demo or early access? See. Well, might as well end it with something that will break your soul about the Necrons. They're finite. Yeah, they can't build new Necrons anymore. They can't? Not without the Satan, who absolutely hates them, and will 100% not make new Necrons for them. So all Necrons are just constantly repaired. I mean, they do have the technology to do that. They are technically immortal in that sense. I still think that's a bit BS, though. A robot species that can't build itself. What? There's so many redundant. Oh my god! It's like, as a robots person and person who's trying to become a robotics expert, and what little I already know in my basic knowledge as a robot engineer that I'm working on being. The redundancies make me have a headache on all the things that just rushed into my brain of what's wrong with that. You know how many redundancies I'd have to create or erase for that? I'd just erase that one. That's not something, and there's so many problems with that. That's something you couldn't fix. You just have to change it completely and go, that's just not a thing. Oh, man. Plus, it would make more sense that they could build more rather than them being immortal. Now, them being able to resurrect, they wouldn't lose that. They'd still be able to salvage and repair the ones that are disabled. There's no reason they shouldn't have both. That's real dumb. Also, one big redundancy that makes me the most out of all the ones that popped in my head? So you're going to tell me they're smart enough to rebuild the ones that already exist. So think about this from an engineer's perspective in real life and how stupid this is about to sound. So they're smart enough and they understand the specs of their body enough to repair themselves immortally forever, but can't build new ones. Which falls under the same freaking roof. If they can repair themselves, they can build new ones. You can't have your cake and eat it too that way. That is so stupid. That is probably the one that makes me the most. That is so stupid. Whoever wrote that would get slapped by me if I knew them in real life. Hard. That's a frickin' insult. That's an insult to all machines everywhere. Every robot in existence should shat the bed. If they could shat the bed. Because they're like, what the frick did I just hear? Even the Vex can build more in Destiny. Even Ultron can build more of himself. Oh, does this make any sense? Things way lesser than their level of robot can do this. The Borg can do this. They assimilate mostly, but they do technically make more. And they're part biological. They're not even full machine. They can do this. What? Someone punch me. They need a reality check after hearing that. That broke my mind. God dang, man. No demo? So there might not be a demo. It must be early access for YouTubers. I'll look it up just to be safe, just in case somehow it didn't pop up for Farseer, but if she didn't see it, then it's either not on Next Fest at all, doesn't have a demo at all, or it's probably just early access. Once again, the thing I really love and hate at the same time, but I think it's a double-edged sword. That means early access was given to a bunch of YouTubers who are already big. Once again, I still think that that's a silly decision. I think the best thing you could ever do as a developer is just give the demo to everybody. You know how many voices that gives you? That guarantees you will find every bug that's going on in your game and everything else. Segregating demos is just a stupid thing. It's just absolutely a stupid thing. Meaning it's possible to permanently destroy all the Necrons until they somehow get the Satan to like them again. After the betrayal and enslavement. Another thing that slightly doesn't make sense either. I know the Satan don't like them because of what the Necrons did to them, but the Satan have no allies. Like, literally. So why not just work with them? That's also what doesn't make sense. If you're going to go with the logic, the Satan are the engineers and the builders, then you shouldn't have them fighting each other at all. Because it doesn't make sense. They would have no choice but to bend the knee and build ones. Also, no offense, I'm going to say this in the nicest way possible. If you are indentured by another faction or species, do you really think they should have a choice? That's not enslavement at that point, then. If the Necrons have truly enslaved the Satan, then they would be forced to build Necrons. So once again, not making any sense. Good or bad, how you look at that story is fucked. Because it's just written for the sake of writing. There's no explanation, no backstory that feeds into why this is a thing. No, or at least no backstory that probably makes any sense. There might be something small that probably plays into this that we don't know about that's maybe in a story somewhere, but nothing concrete that actually would make anyone believe it. So, and that's what you want to do with sci-fi. You want that suspension of belief to stay intact. And the more you make stupid decisions, even in a fake universe, the more that suspension of belief disappears. And that your universe collapses and stops being as effective and entertaining. This is with anything. Is he more like trapped into Pokeballs and thrown at whatever the Necrons want dead? That is so dumb. Wow, weird. So what we're saying is Nintendo is the one that needs to conquer the Necrons. Just had to go there after you said it like that. I was like, so what we're saying is Nintendo's their true enemy. Dan King said, by the way, just saw that YouTube is currently testing longer, unskippable ads. It's over if you don't pay for premium. Well, goodbye YouTube. But you know what's funny? Premium's not that expensive. But you know what's worse? You know who that actually screws the most? The streamers. Me. And you know why? Because that promotes more people getting premium. And guess what monetization works mostly off of? YouTube's gonna die too. Well, I hope YouTube's ready to be like Twitch for a different reason. Kick's gonna replace them both if this don't stop. These companies, once again, the overbloating, the stupidity kicks in because too many voices trying to think that they have an opinion in the company causes these kinds of problems. Because that's a blind ignorance towards your competition. It's slowly stealing your content creators. And it's from both sides. Kick may have its problems, but so does every platform. I'm tired of people trying to say that Kick is this, Kick is that. So is Twitch, so is YouTube. So what's the difference there? But you know what the big difference for Kick is? Why Kick is winning? Well, they're paying their streamers. They're paying their content creators good amount of money, so that way they actually want to be a part of their platform and not just jump ship. That's the thing about that. And YouTube Premium fucks their content creators across the board. So good luck, YouTube. Tired of it, man. At that point, if it gets to that point, I would just tell you all to get, if you can, just to get YouTube Premium even then. That way, because it'll be pretty cheap. I bet you it will get even cheaper because more people will have it now. It's only expensive right now because not many people have it. And even then, it's not that expensive. I think I only pay $25, maybe $30 a month. And the more people that jump on that, they'll make more profit. They'll actually shrink it down and make it cheaper. Which, once again, for the YouTube creators and content creators all across the platform, that's very bad news. Well then. Nah, they'll just do more sponsored ads so you get hit with ads even if you buy premium. No, YouTubers can't do that. That doesn't work like that. I don't have time to break that down. It's not that easy, campaign. It doesn't work like that. If that were the case, you would see people like Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, Bob, Wade, and all of these people would have more sponsors on the rig. It doesn't work like that. It don't. And YouTube knows this. YouTube knows this. So YouTube will make more money. And the company that has the ad on there will make more money, but the content creator will make nothing other than what he gets from like Patreon or whatever he or she probably uses to get paid. 90% of Twitch and YouTube are not paid by Twitch and YouTube. Twitch a little bit more than YouTube pays theirs, but even then, hardly anything. It's a nasty system. I've said for ages, the content creators on these platforms need some sort of union and need some sort of workers' representation because we get screwed constantly. Now, I'm not big enough to worry about that, but I also have learned this from a lot of bigger YouTubers and a lot of big Twitch streamers who talk about all these different things. So yeah. Some don't, but will soon if they see less YouTube. No, they won't. You want to know why? They won't do that, Tam King. They won't. Because you want to know why? If they're not going to pay for sponsors now, they're not going to get sponsors then. This has to come out of the content creator's pocket, Tam King. YouTube don't pay for that. I bet you didn't know that, did you? If I wanted to get sponsored, I'd have to do the legwork myself and pay the money for the sponsorship from the company. Most YouTubers are not going to do that. Mark's touched on this before. That's not a viable industry. They'll just jump ship. It's easier. They'll make twice the money jumping ship to Kick rather than staying on YouTube. This means YouTube and Twitch are in grave trouble right now. Twitch for TOS problems, terms of service. They're dying because they refuse to acknowledge their term of service and, influence it across the board and punish people across the board equally according to violations. And on top of that, Twitch also doesn't pay their content creators nowhere near, not slightly more than YouTube does. That's not coming from bits and donations and viewers. They pay more, slightly more, but not enough to justify what Twitch is doing either. So, in YouTube side, it's not enough money for how strict YouTube constantly is getting. And YouTube gets more strict every couple of months. Every couple of months, a new term of service. And unlike Twitch, YouTube will burn you alive with their TOS. If you slightly violate your terms of service at all on YouTube, you are screwed. It's like YouTube has no chill when it comes to that, which is good. That is the one thing that benefits YouTube and is a good thing. But the problem is they're creating more and more convoluted terms of services that benefit the companies and not the content creator, making the content creator almost impossible to do certain things to keep their stream entertaining. Like music was the first one to really go. Like that was the first real negative that YouTube should have never allowed to have happen from an outside company source that had no right to do that. And it's like according to the terms of service and certain laws. So it's like but hey, why would you pay to be sponsored? That defeats the purpose. As if you have a certain amount of followers, sponsors will contact. Nope, that's not how it works. Nope. Once again, if that were the case, Tam King, Markiplier and the people who have millions of subscribers would constantly be sponsored by companies. And these guys are family friendly compared to anyone else. Like very family friendly. Some of them have said cuss words here and there, and some are more strenuous than others. But I'll use the perfect man for the job right now, who has, what is it, like 700,000, almost a million already, about to breach 1 million? I'm going to butcher his name, sadly. Myskarim, a.k.a. Bob. Bob himself, if this were the case and this were the true rules of how sponsorship was that work like that, then Bob would be a millionaire, a billionaire. Because he'd be approached by companies left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. But that's not how it works. That's a lie. If anyone who tells you that is blatantly lying to you, I can tell you from someone who has read the terms of services of YouTube, is a YouTuber, and has talked to other YouTubers and other things on the side. And Twitch streamers as well, a little bit here and there. Less Twitch, more YouTube. But no, not how it works at all. Like I said, it's pointless. This is why I said that decision is suicide. That's YouTube suicide that just happened if they did that. That YouTube is fucked now. If they go through with this, they are now guaranteeing their collapse. They're guaranteeing that they will cascade downwards with that same stupid logic these other companies think they can have, and they will lose all their big pullers. They will lose all the people who are keeping this platform alive. Hell, even probably the Beast wouldn't put up with that. Because he can make 1 billion times more on Kick. And I'm not joking. Now, I'm not saying put all your eggs in one basket. But why would you care about doing anything with YouTube more than shorts and things like that to promote your content and just do all your main stuff on somewhere else? It's crossed my mind if I hadn't already had an audience here that I should have went to Kick and I should have just made shorts and this channel into a short channel to promote my channel on Kick. Because that's what a lot of them do anyways. And it's like, so, as I'm now learning new tips and tricks and stuff from people. But it's crazy, man. It's a heck, even Kamala Harris was sponsoring creators. She was. But that shows you a lot, right? That shows you that even a politician is more willing to pay attention to a content creator than a company is. That's asinine as hell. But it's because it's not forced. Once again, content creators don't have, and I'm going to say this out loud, and I don't mean this as people, I mean this as a business worker. Like a worker in the workplace, is before I say this, because I don't want it to be misconstrued. Content creators don't have rights.
We don't. We're walked on, and no one does nothing about it. All of us. Across the board, big and small. Like, just as many big boys get screwed constantly as small people. It's a baffling concept that's been allowed to go on in the content creation world. But it's really crazy. I can drop one name, but that name is banned. Oh yeah, you were talking about my Twitch thing when I said the TOS thing, or are you talking about something else? But yeah, it's like, I'm just crazy. It just baffles me the stupidity both these content platforms are doing when their competitor, the third one, is doing so many good things to make them look bad. How can that happen? But they deserve it. But that's good, because remember, I'll say it again and again, and just like Green Goblin put it in Spider-Man, again and again and again and again. I'll say it. Competition breeds good behavior and good business. So let Kick rip them both a shred. Let Kick rip them both apart. They deserve it. They both need it. Because both YouTube and Twitch need to have a wake-up call and a reality check on how they're handling their content creators. For very different reasons, of course, but both just as cruel in a different way. One is it's weird, right? One is over penalizing its content creators, that's YouTube. One's over penalizing, and one's using favoritism, Twitch. It's only punishing the ones that it doesn't like. And things like that. So, whereas YouTube is just grabbing you by the throat and saying, you're not allowed to do anything we don't say. And if you do, your channel vanishes. And it's like, it's one extreme to the other. It's either extreme stupidity and exploit going on with Twitch, or it's extreme prison levels of chaos and strictness that YouTube has. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But sadly, the only way to fix it is to speak once again like we have with the video game companies and many other ways. These content creators need to speak with their voice and their channel and say, screw them. Even if they don't permanently go away from the platform, this is something I don't agree with a certain gold man himself. This is where me and him kind of differ. I agree you shouldn't put all your eggs in one basket, and I do agree you want to multi-stream. That's the best way to go. But the one thing I don't agree with, if you have a platform that is literally abusing its content creators, because Twitch is worse in that aspect than YouTube is. YouTube may be a prison, but it's not necessarily abusing us yet. But then again, if that YouTube Premium thing happens, that's the first step towards that problem. So, but that being said, right now, YouTube is more innocent in that fashion. So using Twitch as an example of this, when a platform gets so toxic toward even its largest creators and content creators who are pulling in those numbers for their stock numbers and their company numbers, you need to temporarily go on strike. Even if it's not permanently. Say, screw it. I'm only going to do YouTube and Kick right now, or YouTube and this. And I know that most streamers are probably afraid of losing their audience. But here's the difference between like what's his name said with Borderlands. Now like the Borderlands CEO said, if you're a Borderlands fan, you'll buy it no matter what. That's bull. But when it comes to a content creator, you're not having to pay to watch them unless you're just subscribed to their Patreon or their whatever their actual thing is, their donation thing where you pay a monthly subscription kind of thing. Things like that. Unless you're on one of those for them, you can watch a streamer on any of their platforms for free. So the difference here is, I don't think that same argument plays into content creation. I think it's more so that if you have a situation like this, you do trust that your fans will follow you over there, and that you go over to the other two instead of that one, and show that one that it's not worth your time until it makes you want to come back. This will also force that company to realize if you are pulling big enough to make their stock numbers go down, like certain YouTubers or VTubers when they got kicked off of a certain company. There's one VTuber specifically, the shark itself, for her. When she left, Twitch's stock and the stock that has the VTubers that she worked with in their company plummeted pretty hard. And that was one person. That was one content creator that held all those numbers that caused that damage. Could you imagine if 6 of them did it? Or 12? Or 15? Or 20? Yeah, that's cataclysm levels. That's bankrupt levels if Twitch don't pay attention to that. They're underestimating how much pull a lot of their content creators that people actually care about, who aren't spreading BS all over the internet about things in real life and causing more chaos and danger for people. And that's towards, we all know who I'm talking about. That's the rival to my favorite YouTuber, the one who is a problem. Or not YouTuber, favorite Twitch streamer, but him and among others. Him and among others when it comes to the people that the gold man has called out the Twitch to pay attention to. We're not going to say his name because I'm not going to justify that. Like, I'll say Asmongold's name because he deserves the attention. His channel is worth the time to go to it if you prefer that type of content. The other one, we're not even going to grace my channel with his name because he doesn't deserve the traffic and even by one step. So it's like, so in that fashion, it's going to be, in that fashion, that's why I think that's the kind of things you gotta fight back against, so. You see, my almost last comment, there's a full-power Satan outside the galaxy and a Death Star. Is he depressed after going full retard and killing all the other Satans near the end of the war, and oh wow, that's sad. But that thing's got to be pretty powerful, right? So it's like, something even makes me, things like that make me sad story-wise too. Like, that's what's called an untied knot. That's a loose end. That's a character that you could do something cool with, but they just don't. Those kind of things make me sad. Those things too. That's almost as bad as lazy writing, because you're just ignoring something you could make a cool story around, but you just don't. Mostly because they probably don't have the skill to. When it comes to those writers dealing with a lot of the Warhammer lore. But yeah, but back to what I was saying, like fully with the platforms, I do think we're seeing the cascade death. I don't think they'll fully die. I want to say that out loud. I doubt that Twitch or YouTube is going to fully go anywhere. I'd be very surprised if they were that stupid. But I do think they're going to get damaged enough they're going to have to do better, which is what we want. Because then that makes all us content creators have more fair game and fair job placement and fair ability to create our content on these platforms. Because we've gotten so far into the modern society, anyone who thinks that what I'm doing right now isn't technically a job now is foolish. Because if we're going to get paid to do it, and if we're going to be expected to work more hours and to do certain things like a normal job, then we deserve rights and protection like any other worker. And that's what it should be for all of it when it comes to content creators. So, but probably saving him for something else. You don't leave a full-powered, unshattered Satan outside the galaxy and don't have any. I mean, you say that, but you've seen how terrible the writing is. I'd believe it. When it comes to the writers, the way they handle the Warhammer lore and how scattered it is, and it's never the same person, most likely half these writers probably don't even know that exists. I'd bet you money if I talked to a writer that was pulled in today for a story that's somewhere else in the universe. I bet you if I asked him, do you know about the Satan that's sitting on the outside of the galaxy? They'd be like, what? What you mean? I didn't write that story. What is that? That's my point. That's too many cooks in the kitchen. I'd believe it. I actually believe that it could be just sitting there and everyone's forgot about it. I believe that. With the way Warhammer handles its lore and its writers. I would believe that, because there's no continuity. And without continuity, no one remembers what they did last. The left hand can't talk to the right hand, as they say. So, he's called the Outsider. Oh, that's cool. See, I've never even heard that mentioned, and that also kind of tells me a little bit about these writers, and they probably don't even know it exists either. You're the first one who's told me about this. I didn't even know he existed. So, how is that? That means there's that many people who don't truly know who he is, that he's kind of faded to the wayside, which is really shitty. Because it's like, that's a cool sounding character. That's a character you do write a story around to promote new models and things like that. And I swear, chat, I really wish I had been smarter when I was a kid. If I had had this intelligent, I did, but I got rid of it. Like, I abandoned who I was, like I've told you many a times, for a long time. God, I wish I hadn't. Because if I hadn't, I have more business expertise, and I've never even been to college for this, by the way. I've just learned it from business courses and videos I've read online and watched online. Because you can do, it's as simple as that. The internet exists. This is also why I do not accept stupidity and ignorance no longer from a single human being on this planet. You wanna know why? Because the internet is a thing. And it's free. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to pay to get on it, at least so far. You have to have internet company, sure, but the internet itself is free. And the information on it, also free. Especially if you just go to a YouTube video or some documentaries that are just on YouTube or somewhere else across the board, that's free. So to say that when I hear someone go, I don't know how to do that, I never learned how to write, then look up a video. Don't be a couch retard and sit there like a loser doing nothing. Look up a video, like I did for most of my life. Look up a video and learn it. I don't care if you're a regular person to a CEO. I hold that same regard for all, because just because you have the title CEO doesn't mean you're smart. It just means you got lucky and were successful at that time. But it doesn't mean you have the intelligence to keep that success. Ubisoft is a perfect example of this. And many other big game companies. It's like, and that's like, what? No stupidity or ignorance? Well, it looks like I'm spooked. Nah, Champion, you're nowhere near that. Nah, you can tell the difference when someone's really, truly stupid or ignorant. It's like, nah, you nowhere near that, Champion. Nowhere near. This is why I'm so harsh on people to a certain extent who are. Because I'm trying to help them realize this is, you live in the modern world. Come on. Come on. It's like, pick it up. You can do it. Now, CEOs I have less fault. Regular people I'm pretty patient with that kind of stuff. Even if they do end up being that kind of dumb. CEOs I have none. If you're a CEO and you have a business and you've made it that far in life and that's the kind of success where most of us dream about, and you start doing stupid stuff like this, I have no remorse. You deserve to go back to living on the street at that point. It's like, as a CEO, because you made your own bed. Because if you got there in the first place, then you should be intelligent enough, in theory, to keep it. But clearly not in most cases. So, and the last thing I'll say, once again, I blame a lot of the birth of this mentality during the pandemic. People got too complacent, too comfortable, and got too cheap with things because they had to during that time, which made sense, but never switched back because they wanted max profit with no work. Doesn't work like that once the world knows you can do better. Sorry. We're starting to re-embrace this, at least where I live, as a country. This country is starting to pull out the hands. It's starting to re-embrace that old American mentality when it comes to dealing with people who are causing chaos and strife. The Team America is reforming. And that is quite good and exciting, because I am tired of putting up with the stupidity. So, as they would say, America, yeah. That's coming back, and it can't come fast enough. Because that's what we need. That's what this country was built on, and what most people want here out of everyone that lives here, out of all the citizens, everyone who's here, they want this. The real normal people of all peoples, ethnicities, genders, everything across the board, when it comes to this country, want Team America back, because we want that mentality so we can flush the pipes of all the other BS that has been allowed. So, and that is my final statement on that. But that's the same mentality that's produced these lazy, ignorant, and stupid CEOs and politicians, technically, too. But it's like, so it's a big thing. You see, I blame Canada. I'm not sure how, but it's their fault. But it's definitely, I'm not sure how it's their fault, but it definitely is Canada's fault. Like Damn King said, I mean, Canada isn't pretty. I'm not going to blame them. I think they were already like this anyways. But I will say the more larger community of certain things that are causing problems here is in Canada. Definitely is in Canada. So maybe partially Canadians are partially to blame. No, I'm just kidding. Not really. No. It's us. We are to blame because we allowed it. We didn't do. It's like a parent when you see your kid and your kid is sitting there smashing glass bottles and plates and you're doing nothing about it. You're just letting him do it. You think he's going to learn not to do that by not punishing him for that? We literally have to treat these crazy people like children, because that's what they are. They are children in in adult bodies, because they have the mentality of one. They are essentially going around breaking plates and glasses, not literally, but you get what I'm referencing, and according to the local systems or the local store that owns the plate and glasses that this kid is breaking, is going, nah, nothing's happening. Nothing's wrong. There's no broken plates or glasses on the floor. This whole store isn't being ruined and destroyed entirely. And then you have the true leadership, the company that runs this little store going, what do you mean? The company is the rest of the country, by the way. The company's looking at that little store just watching this kid break their plates and cost them hundreds of thousands up to millions of dollars and going, what? So it's like, literally that. That's why it's the same mentality. You see how perfectly that jumped back and forth between politics and business? Because there's no gray line anymore. They might as well be treated like that then and punished heavily when it goes out of line then. You want to make this place like a business and not necessarily a country? Then that's where we need to go. Because that's what these crazy people that are forcing these problems when it comes to like breaking stuff and then pretending they're innocent and all that. That's what you do in a business. When you see someone do this in your business, you fire them and you kick them out. That's how that works. You see how easy that was? And that's pure fact. No matter what anyone wants to argue, that is literally common sense. And you can try to pollute it and add shit to it that don't make sense. For anyone out there, the true fact of the matter is, when someone acts out, you punish them. When a child acts out, you punish them. Black and white. Straight and simple. And depending on how bad the thing the child or person did, the punishment increases in severity. So, orcs never get screwed. They only have fun. Every war is an orc victory because orcs always win, even when they don't. That's true. I do love orcs. They're probably the most, even though they do have some plot armor things that happen with them, nowhere near as much as the other factions. I think that's why I like the orcs in Warhammer. Just because among the craziness that is the writing, at least the orcs slightly make sense because they're crazy already. So they kind of blend in better to that type of lore. Orcs would work in Spaceballs. Like, orcs are so crazy of a creature. I'd legit believe that if they were in Spaceballs. Just because how weird orcs are. They'd have the Schwartz and everything. Hell, maybe what's his name is kind of a goblin / orc. But you avoided more Necron stupidity, by the way. Maybe my brain didn't want to read it. Let me read what you said. My brain probably saw it and went, nope, it's another Necron BS. Nope. Let's see, wait, let me tell you something that will make you cringe. After finding out the Necrons are finite, they're in a civil war right now while fighting the Imperium. That's why I didn't read it, and subconsciously. I didn't mean to miss your comment, but my subconscious probably went, I don't want to make my brain hurt anymore. But that being said, that's my little spiel for tonight's episode. It went off on a little tangent at the end there, but when it comes to politics and company basis and stupidity and ignorance that's being run rampant, that was allowed to run rampant for so long in our society, I have a lot to say about it because I live it halfway in some cases when it comes to disabled and dealing with people like that. You think it's painful dealing with it as a normal person when it comes to physically and not having to deal with disabilities? Because most normal people understand disabilities and know kind of how to be around a disabled person. Not one of those types of people. The ones that are complete ignorance and the crazy people that have been causing all this, yeah. You can tell that those people are not the ones we want to keep around, because when someone either makes fun of you on purpose, calls you disgusting, or just blatantly just stares at you like you're some alien and just looks away and doesn't say a word. Those are the same people causing these riots and things going on in the country. Because you have to have no soul to think that what you're doing is peaceful. So, sorry, that's the case. And that is a fact. Let's see, but we'll wrap it up on that note. Let's see. By our not in the top speed of a space marine is 60 miles an hour, and a Custodes is 190. Wow, the Custodes is so much faster. Although it is Custodes, though, at least that somewhat makes sense. They are some of the top tier Imperium units. So I guess I can somewhat get behind that somewhat. Better than some things. But alright, chat. Big shout out to Tam King. Of course, as always, chilling and chatting in stream. And big shout out to Farseer, as always, my moderator. Making sure that the chat is always kept civil, and that if anything happens, you can just get out the Resident Evil shotgun and the band shotgun and just blow them away. But always give big shout out to Farseer. Thank you as always, Farseer. I only have a problem with the Custody one because they're described as moving so fast it's a blur, so people are blind to over. Oh, you're right. No, yeah, okay, that doesn't make sense. You'd see something that's 200 miles an hour. It wouldn't be a blur. It'd be fast as hell, but it wouldn't be a blur. It'd have to be 2 inches away from you, going past you at 200 miles an hour to look like a blur. Otherwise, and because he's doing like 190, right? So 10 miles off of 200 miles an hour. This is like jet speed, plane speed. You see those. I don't know, that's why I do think that's a little silly. I agree with you on that. Saying that it's moving at so fast that you can't see it, you'd be going much faster than that. But once again, it shows the intelligence levels of these riders that Warhammer hires, because that's basic math. How do you not know that? That's basic elementary school stuff, maybe middle school at worst, or at best. Like you don't know that planes and things that fly go 200 miles an hour, and that is visible by the human eye. Yet you're pretending 190 and anything above 100 miles an hour can't be seen by the human eye? What? I wouldn't see my car if that were the case going at 100 miles an hour. It just vanished from underneath me. People are so dumb. Oh, man. Anyways, enough of my mind break. No more Farseer, no more. I can't take the stupidity anymore. It's broken my mind. Because that just makes me sad to hear it. It doesn't surprise me, but it just continues to make me sad every time I hear someone is that dumb. Like, you clearly didn't even go to school to even learn how to write. Because if you did, you would have learned math. It's like, so how can one kill 10,000 Space Marines in the Horus Heresy? See, I don't believe that either. I agree with you there. I don't think that would be possible too. Even if it is moving at 190, it wouldn't kill that many before it got shot or destroyed. So, like I said, it's craziness. But anyways, peace and love to everyone out there. Big shout out to everyone who joined in the background if you didn't get to see the live stream. Big shout out to IsCarriot666 for joining in tonight. And to everyone who joined in the stream as well. To Wizard. Big shout out to Wizard. Show his channel some love for joining in the videos as well. Or in this video / live stream. And for everyone who didn't get to see the live stream and you're seeing this after the fact, hope you enjoyed the video. This has been a really, 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 really good episode. We made a ton of progress today. Most of what I'm going to do is just regular missions off camera now. I'm going to save the story for streaming. I think that's the way I'm going to play this game now. Is I'm going to play this game for my own fun, for just making deliveries, upgrading the truck here and there off camera. But when we come back, we're going to do each of the stories bit by bit. So, next episode, which will be sometime this coming week, we'll probably do Red Eddie. We're going to do Red Eddie's mission, because I forgot that's who we were supposed to be going for, not Moon Baby directly, even though Moon Baby is who we have to talk to, technically, through Red Eddie. We will be doing Red Eddie's mission to unlock the shock pods, and I'll rename this title to something else on this episode. And I'll just write this title down for my next episode for next week. Because like I said, tomorrow I want to try to do Next Fest. You know, I normally don't do Sundays. I want to get it before Next Fest is over. So I'm going to do that tomorrow, some Steam Next Fest, see what games we can get into, run it like we normally do, where we do multiple in one stream. And then Monday will either be co-op with the Mad Lad or the other game I want to show off. I haven't got to show up yet. There's actually 2 or 3 that you still haven't seen yet that are going to be included in this swap out. But you know, one of them, the Stranding itself, the first Stranding, that's one of them. Then there's a turn-based strategy game, not Expedition, that is coming. It is one of the ones I'm mentioning, but it's not the one that I can do within this week. That won't be sadly till next month, since I ran out of money. Unless I end up getting help from somewhere, like my mom helps me or someone else I know helps me. End up getting Expedition, we won't be able to do that yet, but it's coming. So, yeah, there's a turn-based strategy game I'm going to be showing off. We've got the first Stranding game that we're going to do, and then we've got some other cool little surprises I'm going to do in the background as we go forward. So, plus Steam Next Fest tomorrow. But final by Ardnot, Warhammer was never good with numbers, and as you compare modern Imperium to their rivals, they have a large chance of losing now. That's sad. But you're right, they were never fully good at numbers ever, to be fair. Even in the old lore, there were still certain things that just like, what? Not as bad as now, but it was definitely still somewhat present. But either way, thank you so much, everyone, and I wish you all a good morning or good evening, wherever you may be. And thanks for joining in on some Star Trucker, and I hope to see you, if this is the series you're keeping track of the most right now, I hope to see you next week. I'll say either probably, I'm not going to give you a full day, but probably Tuesday or Wednesday, realistically. Somewhere around there. But hope to see y'all next week for our continuation of Star Trucker to show off a little bit more of the story. And peace and love to everyone out there, and I will see you all tomorrow for our Steam Next Fest videos. And until then, thank you so much, everyone. I will see you all in the next one. Peace and love, everyone. Bye. Whoop. Heck, even Super Earth can beat them. Wow. That's, ouch. But, bye. Y'all have a good one. Bye.